Okay, now it should be working. God, every time I come on to do YouTube stuff, I feel like I have to I feel like I have to fix everything. Hello! How are you all doing today? I should put on just something in the background. I've been listening to so much music lately. Or musical stuff lately. Yeah, here we go. How are you all? Hello! Welcome! We're gonna be doing a lot of Tomb King shenanigans today. We're gonna get into it in just a minute. I'm gonna give folks just a couple minutes to figure out that we're live, so that anyone who wants to join can wander in here before everything begins. But, hope you're all doing well. Figured we would do a YouTube stream today because I wanted to play some video games and I don't really feel like restreaming when I do video game streams. And it's been a hot minute since we've done a Total War stream on YouTube, so I figured we'd work on a Tomb Kings campaign. And then I think on Twitch, we might start a Chaos Dwarf campaign here in a little bit. Where the hell did I put the cap for this? Whatever. How are y'all? How are y'all doing? Also want to make sure I pull up this. I still haven't fixed I need to fix my Streamlabs so that it does like YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. I need to fix that here soon. But hope you're all doing good as we go hurtling towards the new year. We are nearly there. Nearly there. But yeah. I'm very excited for what the new year has in store for us. Hopefully my editor, Skeleton, will be ready to go here pretty soon. His computer, a part of it imploded functionally. And so it's getting repairs, but hopefully that'll be done soon, because there's a lot of stuff to make videos about. Christopher, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Made your parents listen to Lorebeards? Oh man, I'm so sorry for your parents. Oh no. That's thank you. Hopefully it wasn't too horrible for them. But that's awesome, Saint Box. And Christopher, thank you very much again for becoming a member. I appreciate that very, very much. But yeah, Settra does not verve. Settra does not many things. Man, I really wish that we had Nehekhara already in Total War Warhammer, especially since his new mini looks so good. Like, Nehekhara's new miniature is fucking beautiful, and I want it so badly. Sotek, I have $150 in Visa gift cards. Any Warhammer books about Nurgle I can get? Nurgle, huh? A good Nurgle book. There's a book that it's a little on the older side. It's not like crazy old, but it's not like one of the later releases for Warhammer Fantasy, called I think it's called Garden of the Plague Lord, which is a Nurgle specific book. Nurgle also features quite heavily in, oh gosh, what books does he feature big in? Nurgle features decently heavy in the Orion trilogy, about Orion, like Wood Elf Orion, the King of the Woods. If you're okay with an End Times book, there's also The Fall of Altdorf, which is very heavily focused on Nurgle. It's almost exclusively about Nurgle. Nurgle also features pretty prominently in the Blackheart's Omnibus. Part 1 of the Blackheart's Omnibus has some pretty good Nurgle stuff. That's really about it. I'm trying to remember if any of the Gotrek and Felix books features heavy Nurgle. I don't think so. But any of those should work. Do I think there's a chance of old world models coming to Total War? Is there a chance? Yes, absolutely. Is it guaranteed to happen? No. Well, okay, with exceptions. I should say with exceptions. I would say that if it's a thing that already exists in Warhammer Fantasy 8th edition and it's simply got like an updated design, then you will almost assuredly see the updated design when it comes to Total War Warhammer. So like a good example is Nekaf. So the Herald Nekaf, who is like a legendary hero, he's Settra's personal herald. He just got a brand new mini. So I heavily suspect that if Settra, or sorry, if the Tomb Kings, which I think they will, get another major update and the Herald Nekaf is part of it, which I think he will be, he will use his new old world design, not his old design. But like the Tomb King Dragon, for instance, are we going to get the Tomb King Dragon in Total War? Maybe? I wouldn't necessarily bet on it. It would be cool to have, but I think it would be very low on the priority list. I think their goal would be to get everything else in first. So like doing the Kemric Titan, doing like Ushabti variants, doing the Prince Apophis and the Herald Nekaf. But does that mean that like, oh, there's no way we're gonna get the dragon? I wouldn't say it's impossible. It just depends on how Games Workshop feels about it. I don't know if Games Workshop is going to consider the old world a genuinely separate setting from Warhammer Fantasy, or if Games Workshop views it as, no, it's still Warhammer Fantasy, it's just like a different, it's just, you know, the newest edition, so to speak. We don't know how they feel about it. So once we're into the new year, I think once we're like well into the new year, there's a pretty good chance that something is going to come up very quickly regarding the old world and Total War. And I'm hoping that once the creator program gets resurrected in whatever its new form is going to be, maybe the content creators will be able to get some insight on what Games Workshop is feeling about that. Because right now, like, I mean, I'm sure y'all saw the post on Reddit and stuff, but there used to be a content creator program that's been around for like fucking ever. It's gone through like a couple different forms. But the most recent iteration of it was finally kind of like put down. So communication right now with CA is pretty non-existent. But there should be a new one cropping up sometime in the new year. But until then, everyone's going to kind of be like, you know, everyone's going to kind of be in the dark on everything for a bit. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just different. Hammond, what did Ariel say to Ariloth? What did Ariel say when Ariloth asked her who the Loremaster of Sotek was? Oh, Ryan. Oh, Ryan. Well, you're not wrong, Hammond. I mean, God, I wish I was Orion. I mean, I am a Ryan, but I'm not Orion. It's kind of surprising Orion is not a name that's used more often. Like, you have Ryans, like me, and you have Bryans, but there's no Orions. Like, Orion should come back as a name. It's a good name. But anyway, I think we've waited long enough. Let's go ahead and get the game up and running, and we can just kind of chat while we're playing. But, yeah. I hope you all had a lovely Christmas. For those of you that celebrate the holidays or had a happy whatever it is you celebrate. And if you're not doing anything, then I hope you've just been having a good time taking good care of yourself. But all this old world stuff I have been like buzzing with Tomb King and Bretonia stuff. Like, I want to do so many Tomb King and Bretonia things right now. So we're gonna play some Tomb King stuff. Christmas is your birthday? Dang. Got a bit of a overlap on presents there, huh? All right, we're gonna do very hard. For potential in-game events, I don't want to deal with the Black Pyramid because Tomb King versus Tomb King is kind of boring. Grudge Too Far I've done like too many times while achievement hunting. I'm fine with the Biggest Wah. I don't think Wild Hunt would be appropriate. Vampiric Ascension would be fine. Vermintide would be fine, and we're gonna turn off Will of Hashut. I guess we could. Okay, we'll leave those four on. So we'll do Biggest Wah, Vampiric Ascension, Vermintide, Will of Hashut. I really hope they rework the Black Pyramid at some point. Like, the I can't talk. The Black Pyramid is not a bad in-game crisis, but I hate that it's just the Black Pyramid. Like, I wish they would rework it so that it's all of the Tomb Kings go crazy, not just the Black Pyramid, so that it's actually an in-game crisis and not just like one itty-bitty little isolated place. Or alternatively, if they want to wait until Nagash gets added to the game, that would be fine, and then let it be Nagash's thing, because it kind of feels like a placeholder. But I do hope the Tomb Kings get their own in-game event. Like, every single race should get an in-game. What's the next one I would really want to see? I mean, for me personally, I think the next one I would want to see would be like the Great Plan Enforced or something along those lines, and it'd be Lizardmen. I think a Lizardmen in game where it's the Lizardmen in Lustria, Lustria, the Southlands, the Dragon Isles, and Southern Cathay going on like an absolute rampage to enforce the Great Plan would be fantastic. I think that would be super fun. So let's get started. Have they given a release date for the old world yet? You sort of. It's in January. We know it's in January, so it's sometime next month. They have not officially given a specific day yet. However, there are a lot of fairly reliable sources that are saying it's like something like January 20th. It's going to be towards the end of the month. I know that because there's going to be at least 2 weeks of pre-orders. But it's probably going to be sometime next month. Or pre-orders will at least start next month. And they'll probably be in the later part of the month. Because they still need to release the stuff that they revealed before the holiday break. Like all the Flesh Eater Court stuff. Though there are a pretty hefty amount of rumors right now that there's some kind of issue with the Flesh Eater Courts and the final book for not the final book necessarily, but part 4 of the Dawnbreaker Crusades, because it's like weirdly late. So we'll see what happens with that. But I'm very, very excited so far, because everything that I've seen that they've revealed about it is looking pretty good.
I, Settra the Imperishable, King of Kings, Lord of the Shifting Sands, eternal ruler of mankind, rest no longer. Nehekhara will be restored to greatness.
You know, it's kind of funny. I've seen so much art and like focus over the years of like people doing 40k versus fantasy art and stuff like that. Like, there's a really famous art piece that shows Sigmar Heldenhammer fighting the Emperor of Mankind. But honestly, when you really think about it, if there was any character who would throw down with the Emperor of Mankind because, like, they look at him and are like, no, that's my job, it would be Settra, not Sigmar. Like, Sigmar, I do think Sigmar would be much more of like a noble hero versus like the horrible tyrant king situation. If you're looking at the likes of the Emperor of Mankind from 40k versus like modern humanity in fantasy. But like, really and truly, if anybody was gonna like run up and try and kick the Emperor of Mankind in the nads, it would be Settra. Anywho, how am I? I'm good. I'm very good. Wanted to come on and stream a bit. We're gonna rename our Tomb Prince to be the Herald Nakaf, because Nakaf isn't in the game yet, so we'll represent him as best we can. But how is everybody doing? How are y'all? Alright, so I want growth and casualty replenishment early on. And with Settra, we're gonna go pretty heavy on Chariots, so we're probably gonna do the Wisdom of the First Dynasty, which of course is Settra's dynasty. Alright, let's start killing people. Did Settra have more kids after he sacrificed them to the gods? We don't know. I would assume he did. Settra does not seem like the kind of guy who would keep it in his pants for the next, like, 120-ish years or however long he lived. I would say that it is far more likely that he would, what? No. I think it's far more likely that he would be doing other things. But, if he does have any children, they're not talked about, which isn't, you know, hugely surprising. But Tomb Kings did tend to have a ridiculous amount of children. Do dwarves use swords? Well, do dwarves use swords? Well, that sounds more like a Lord of the Rings question. But do Warhammer Fantasy dwarfs, with an F, have swords? Sometimes, yeah. It's not as common. It is far less, like, you're far more likely to see them wielding more traditional weapons like axes and picks and hammers and stuff. But that being said, it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility that you would see them wielding swords. One of the ancestor gods actually wields a sword. Gazul, who is the ancestor god of like the Underdeep, and also what you would consider like the god of death, or the ancestor god of death. He's responsible for watching over like the ancestor realm and the deep dark places. He wields a sword. So it wouldn't be like, you know, super crazy to see that. That being said, the vast majority of the depictions we have of dwarfs obviously shows them wielding other kinds of weapons. So, which, like, you could argue that the reason for that, if you're looking for like an in-lore justification, there is a lot of notes about how the dwarfs are incredibly traditional. They do not like change under any circumstances. You know, they're super heavily conservative, and they're not a fan of anything that requires them to do anything different than they've always done it, because change is viewed very negatively in dwarven culture. It takes a really long time for them to be okay with something changing, because whenever you change to something new, you're implying that the old way, which is the way your ancestors did it, was not good enough for some reason. So, you know, by extension, you are defaming the ancestors, which is like the ultimate sin in dwarven culture. So there's something to be said for, there are many dwarves who probably are really not comfortable with the idea of dwarves wielding weapons like swords or pikes or halberds or anything like that, because they would look at presentations of the ancestor gods and say, well, My ancestors didn't use swords. My ancestors used axes and picks and hammers. They used proper dwarfen tools. So how dare you say that I should be using something different? Because if it was good enough for my ancestor, it's good enough for me. Because they're just funny little guys. How's Settra doing in here? Dealing with rebel kings. Yeah, go ahead and summon your Shakti, you nerd. Alright, the enemy king is dead, and they're all falling apart. Thoughts on the dragon in the sense of Tomb King's bonding souls to bodies? I think it's completely reasonable. If the Tomb Kings were effective enough at the art of soul binding and prepping the dead, that they were able to successfully bind their horses' souls into their bodies, so that their steeds could remain faithful and functioning in death, I see no reason why the same logic could not apply to a dragon. Especially because dragons tend to be far more intelligent. So, like, they would be far more likely to be genuinely loyal entities. So, to me, the idea of, like, the Tomb Kings having bone dragon or necrolith bone dragons is not that strange. In that it's like, oh, this actually brings up Nekaf. With the Herald Nekaf elsewhere, Captain Nehekhara serves as Settra's right hand. Oh, okay, well, I'll change his name back since he actually has a little lore blurb. I don't want to get rid of his lore blurb. So, okay, you can have your name back. What was it?
Settra is victorious.
Your name is Captain Nehekhara.
I do not lose.
Oh God, Nehekhara. Nehekhara. Okay. Nehekhara. I was close. Okay. Is it 2 B's or 1 B? It's important to get these kinds of details right. It's 2 B's. Okay, good. He's all good now. He's all good now. Tenuous. Let's see. Can lizardmen have children? No, lizardmen are sexless and technically genderless. Lizardmen reproduce, well, they don't reproduce, but they're created through a process known as spawning, which there are spawning pools that exist just outside the temple cities and below the temple cities that have old one technology deep within them that is very poorly understood. That if you were to walk up and look into one of these pools, it would kind of look like there's a bunch of like really tiny little, like almost like tadpoles in it, that very suddenly at any given time, from a human perspective, seemingly random times, these little weird looking things swimming in it would get affected by some form of energy that pulses through the spawning pool, and it would result in some of these forms growing all the way to fully sized lizardmen who would emerge fully sized, like full adult sized, from the spawning pools, immediately ready to perform whatever action is that they're required for. And they usually spawn in like entire regiments. So it's not like, you know, ones, though not always, sometimes individuals will spawn, but that's unusual. A lot of the time it's like entire regiments emerge all at once, who immediately know what they're supposed to be doing, and they go get to work, like right away, no hesitation. So like you'll have a group of skinks who know that their job is that they're supposed to attend to like the beast pens. So they'll come up already having the knowledge of what they need to do, and there will usually be some kind of lizardman that is ready to greet them. Like, you know, because the lizardmen are usually aware of when a spawning's gonna happen. Not always though, there are surprise spawnings. But yeah, it's interesting. Get on, nerds. Luring Lion, thanks so much for the super chat. Grail buff for Blood Knights and Depth Guard. Oh, buffing Grail Knights. And when are they going to buff Grail Knights and Depth Guard to make them more like Grail Knights? Probably the next time they do updates for those factions. So the next time they do a Vampire Count update and the next time they do a Vampire Coast update, that is a very likely thing we may see. Let's get our archers on the shop tee. Cut them down! I expected the dragon more pimped out and didn't even see how you talk dragon into being buried with you. I mean, if you bound it through magic, it wouldn't necessarily get a choice. The Tomb Kings were well aware of how to use types of sorcery that would allow them to, like, functionally forcefully bind certain creatures to their wills. It would be a very unpleasant form of magic, but it's certainly within their skill set, we'll say. Let's go ahead and grab Passage to the Soul Realm. And get me some more Chariots. And let's also grab some Nehekhara warriors. I don't think I can get anything yet. Mr. Voran, so some of these streams will stay up on the YouTube channel, others won't. So like the lore stream that we did, what, 2 days ago, I don't intend on keeping those up on the streams. Like those are going to kind of be, if you make it for those streams, great. If you don't, then all right. Because like the thing is that the stuff we talk about in those streams is going to get covered in videos that are coming out in the very near future. Whereas, like, this is a gameplay stream, so this stream will be left up on the channel. I'm not 100% if I'm gonna, like, use that method consistently. We may do, like, a vote on the channel for if people want it. If people want it to be more of a, like, everything stays up or only, like, certain things stay up, because I don't want to, like, spam streams. Oops, no, that's not right. I don't want to spam streams and it result in, like, people being irritated. You know what I mean?
Nehekhara is mine.
Okay, I'm maxed out on Chariots for the moment, so let's get rid of that. Have I seen the interactive map? Yes, the interactive map on theoldworld.com is super duper good and interesting. I've been enjoying it quite a lot. Why don't I just make a second channel for VODs? I have one, but I kind of need to like rename it. I don't know. There are things I gotta like do with that. Yep. I would very much like a Casket of Souls. Let's get rid of a Spearman unit. Grab that. Because I have a second channel, but we usually put Twitch VODs, or shall I say non-Warhammer related stuff usually goes over there. Ugh. Are there any other missing legendary lords for the Lizardmen? The only character still left that I would consider legendary lord material for the Lizardmen is Tedoecho, which Tedoecho is a skink priest that rides on a Slan palanquin, and his kind of big gimmick is that he's like one of the best lords of heavens casters, and he's really good at throwing comets at people. So many chariots. Back you a little further up. Make sure we have a bodyguard unit watching over the casket, so there's no shenanigans. Don't really want to be in the jungle, so we'll scoot over a smidge. Put you more like there. You scoot over a bit. Alright. Is there a map on how big the Nehekhara Empire got? No, there's no official map. There's just text about it. Am I going to collect a new army for the old world? Probably. I mean, obviously I am going to be playing Lizardmen, at least at the beginning, because they're going to be releasing rules for all of the legacy factions. But once the old world kind of gets up and going, it's probably going to be a hot while before the Lizardmen receive any like further updates to their lore. Though I do heavily suspect, like, I think it's pretty much undeniable that all of the old races will be added back in eventually, as the narrative, like, expands. But that is going to take a while, because there are a ton of factions. Alright, let's shut down some archers. Those are spears. Yeah. You go there. You there. You're gonna go here. You're gonna go right in there. Settra's gonna whoop his ass. You'll love to see it.
Obey me, Settra the Imperishable.
Spears to your job. Any idea when the miniatures will be released for sale? Pre-orders are supposed to start in January, so shouldn't be too much longer after that. That being said, I know, although I am super duper excited for the old world, I think the rule set is really, really strong so far, and I am looking forward to playing it immensely. I also don't think I'm going to be necessarily buying a lot of it right at the get-go, because I really don't like a lot of the old minis. Like, at the start for the old world, they're not really coming out of the gate swinging with like massive new ranges, and I really just don't care for any of the old ones. So I am almost assuredly going to be like buying individual kits, but I'm probably not, like, I'm not gonna buy the Tomb King starter set or the I'm not gonna buy the Tomb King starter set or the oh my god, my brain, the Bretonia starter set, because they're almost entirely like really, really old minis, with one new mini pretty much per set, and I'm just not interested in that. I only want the really, really new stuff. So like once they release like the individual box set for, say, like a good, like when they release an individual box set for the like the bone dragon, right? The Necrolith bone dragon, I will pick that up almost assuredly. But I am not really interested in picking up, you know, like a box of a shitload of skeleton spearmen, skeleton horsemen, skeleton chariots, skeleton archers, all of which are old sculpts. What's my favorite model so far in the old world? My favorite model so far that they've revealed is probably the Herald Nakaf. Like, he's not necessarily like a super over-the-top mini. You know, he's not necessarily like, you know, he's not riding like a giant monster or anything like that. But just the fact that it's like a really awesome kick-ass character who I've always cared for a lot, coming out of the gates with a gorgeous, absolutely drop-dead gorgeous new design, makes me incredibly excited. And I can't wait to see what all else they're going to be doing. Like, I cannot wait to see the new Settra mini. I am so excited for the new Settra mini.
This is impudence.
Well, I guess we're gonna go fight with Zoran now. Wait, no, Settra is not on a horse. We do not do horses in this house, because that is not lore accurate. That's heresy. It's heresy of the highest order. Ugh, gross. Horses. Ugh. I don't think so. Okay, this will be a fun fight. Is that the banner bearer or the one with the scroll? The one with the scroll. So the guy with the scroll is the Herald Nakaf. What's wrong with horses? So in Tomb King culture, Nehekharan culture, horses are seen as very filthy creatures. They're considered creatures of Geheb, so creatures of the earth, and they are seen as beneath royalty, because they're just like constantly covered in they were constantly covered in dirt and were just kind of wild creatures that roam the lands. And while the Tomb Kings were very successful in domesticating horses, it was seen as something only a commoner would do to touch them. That's why Tomb Kings and Tomb Princes were perfectly fine with riding on whoops, I forgot to take my Tomb Prince off. But they were fine with riding on chariots. They would ride on chariots because they didn't have to touch the horse. the only person that would be interacting with the horse would actually be their driver. Whereas the Tomb Kings themselves and the Tomb Princes, never. Absolutely never.
Settra the imperishable. Undying prince.
Okay, one of these we're going to send to the back to watch over the casket, just in case he summons some Ushapti back here. And then we do want to mix this up a bit more. There we go. We'll put another spearman unit more here. Chariots on the wings. That's actually... Where is his... Okay, his Terrorgeist is more like right in the back there. So we're gonna go harass the Terrorgeist. I don't think he has Graveguard. Nope, just lots of skeletons. I don't do corner camp? No, that's boring. Why would I corner camp? That's like super boring and not thematic at all. I try not to exploit the game, because I find the game gets very boring if you just exploit it. Because then the AI will usually kind of like not know what to do in a lot of those circumstances. Go kill that Terrorgeist. Bring it to me! In my experience, the AI in this game tends to be a lot more satisfactory in like its ability and skills if you actually like don't cheese the shit out of it. Like, it actually makes for an interesting opponent. Not always. There are some, like, you know, obviously there are some bugs that are more persistent than others. There's very infamously the bug right now where sometimes on deployments you'll get a situation where you know, you'll get that situation where the AI will deploy like in a weird vertical column, which is a very strange one. All right, y'all go out and kill some dire wolves. Spearmen, take care of the bats. Settra's having a good time. Alright, the Terrorgeist is dead. Alright, we got work to do, boys. Pivot! Pivot! Yeah, I want you to hold off the spearmen. Y'all focus down the zombies. Let's get a rear charge on the dire wolves. Alright, let's prioritize getting rid of all the bats so they're not constantly in our back lines.
Mightiest of kings.
Good job. All right. Chariots can get into the back lines now. Get away from the spears. Reform the line. Okay, you go this way. You stay here and shoot. An inferior class of skeleton.
Settra the imperishable.
Come and die, nerds. Pivot and shoot. Let's go wrap up this little mess. Chariots, pull back. Alright, it's just Voran left.
Realm of souls.
Hold your fire.
Break them.
He's mine! Oh, he's gonna die before I get there. Most of the Warhammer factions are based on real-life civilization-sized cultures, to an extent. A lot of them, I think the more every Warhammer Fantasy faction, with very, very rare exceptions, are based on certain concepts or other fantasy worlds or real-world cultures, and they often kind of make a very messy mix of things. Some are more strong than others, where, you know, you have obvious cases like the Tomb Kings are clearly very, very, very outright ripped, or at least heavily inspired by Egyptian culture, which is very painfully obvious on the tin. The Lizardmen pull very, very heavily from Aztec, Mayan, and Nahuatl culture. But there are a lot of other things that kind of slip in there, and make things a bit more messy the deeper you delve into it. Let's see. Let's upgrade Henry. Luring Lion, thank you very much for the super chat. Mind sharing your hopes and dreams for Total War Warhammer 3 in 2024, and how many years do I hope they'll keep adding content? Yeah, sure. So going into 2024, obviously we know we're looking at the Shadows of Change update, which I'm super fucking excited about. But we're looking at the Shadows of Change update probably in late January, early February-ish. Well, somewhere in February, most likely. Then we're looking at Thrones of Decay, probably in March or April. From that point forward...
A king must have his crown, my lord. Yours was a repository of such power and a true reflection of your achievements in life and beyond. Perhaps it is time to don it once more.
For me, the big things are getting Thrones of Decay out, in probably April. And then my big hope is that, my biggest hope is that there will be a new race pack sometime in 2024. If I could get, if I could get either, like, the Kingdoms of End, the Naga of Koresh, or, like, the Southern Realms in 2024, that would be excellent. Or if CA could be swayed by some of the videos that I've made, and they go, you know what, that whole idea of a that whole idea of a content pack that's all about, like, adding mini races sounds really cool, and so they end up pursuing, if they were to pursue, like, doing a Talea race pack or an Araby race pack where it's smaller and more concentrated, it's not going to be as big as, like, the Chaos Dwarf DLC or the Tomb Kings or the Wood Elves or the Beastmen were, or are, I should say. But instead focuses on a more niche experience. That would make me honestly super fucking happy. But the biggest things in my mind right now are that I would very much like to get some kind of new race, for probably to get the Slaanesh DLC, which we don't know the name of, but get the Slaanesh DLC out in either fall or winter. But if we could get like 3 to 4 DLCs this year, not including the Shadows of Change update, I would be fucking elated. If we could get, like, so my dream year would be Shadows of Change update in late winter, Thrones of Decay big fat DLC in mid-spring, some kind of new race pack, either a mini race pack or a big race pack in summer, and then a Vampiric Bloodlines DLC or a Tribes, like, the Big Wad DLC, which I haven't done my video on yet, but I will be. So, like, a Champions of Chaos type DLC where it adds, like, a bunch of subcultures into a race that's already in the game. So either doing the Vampiric Bloodlines DLC, which you can find on my video, I have a playlist for it, so you can just watch all of them in a row, where it's like a giant update to the vampire counts, or I would love a giant update to the greenskins. And then finish off the year and do that in, like, late summer, early fall, and then finish off in early winter, late fall with the Slaanesh versus whoever DLC, which for Slaanesh, I think if they did, like, Slaanesh versus High Elves versus, I mean, could be kind of anybody, to be honest. That would be my hope. Which, to be fair, the question, remember, Luring Lion's question was, what do I hope for? Not what do I predict, what do I hope for? That is what I would hope for. And I also wouldn't mind, like, a Bretonia update to get snuck in there somewhere. Sly, hey, Loremaster, hope you had a good holiday and just want to say appreciate your work and thanks. Oh, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. That was very sweet of you. Is there a Grail Knight model for the old world yet? No, not a new one. Hello, Manlet. Oh, it's a Necromancer too. This will be fun. How did the Chariots of the Gods come into existence? The Chariot of the Gods, when Settra became king, there was a really, really, really bad plague all over Nehekhara that was causing tons of problems. Like, the land of Nehekhara was basically kind of caught in the grips of a horrible plague and famine, and shit was really, really bad. And a lot of Nehekharans viewed it that the gods had abandoned them. And so when Settra became king of Khemri, Settra enacted a really big overt ritual to get the attention of the gods and to basically reaffirm the pact that had existed, re-earn their favor. And so he did a big old ritual that culminated in Settra making, like, it was like a big ritual with all the different priesthoods, but at the climax of it, Settra ritually sacrificed his own wives, concubines, and all of his children. So, like, he completely ended his own line, at least up to that point. And this was enough of a big sacrifice that it seemed to have pleased the gods of Nehekhara, and they sent this, like, titanic rainstorm, like an absolute just torrent of rain that caused the river Vitae to swell to such an extent that it flooded its banks, and it washed through all the lands of Khemri, and washed away all of the disease and the filth and the illness, and basically purified everything. And Settra was like, look, the gods love me. That shows how amazing and great I am. Now I'm going to go conquer everybody and kick the shit out of them. And part of what happened in Settra's escapades is that Settra portrayed himself as the most beloved of the gods. And that the gods acknowledged that he was the most favored and the greatest and the mightiest, and basically the closest a man could come to being divine, because that's how greatly he was favored. And as a signal of this, some point either right after, or I can't remember if it was right after or right before, but at some point around the time he was focusing on conquering, I think it was before he conquers kind of like the whole of Nehekhara, Settra basically continues to impress all of the gods, and the various cults, so the cult of Thra, the cult of Neru, the cult of Asaf, the cult of Geheb, the cult of Usaf, like all these different cults get together, and they basically rally around the idea of making a performative show of that Settra bears the love of all the gods, and he is their most favored. And so a golden chariot is built for him, and the chariot is blessed by all of the gods. Every single god of the Nehekharan pantheon blesses Settra's chariot through their mortal priests in the cults, which is why his chariot is like so fucking insane. Like, it's virtually indestructible, because the gods themselves are protecting the arrogant son of a bitch who rides on it. And it's also why, like, the wheels are on fire and it has all, like, these crazy effects and stuff. And it's because it's quite literally, like, an obscenely blessed super weapon. He got a sponsorship deal? Yeah, that's... that's one way to put it. I actually like that a lot. It's funny. Yeah, he did get a sponsorship deal. It's true. Necromancers. Oh, I got distracted. Whatever, it's fine. just gonna let my prince hunt them all down. All right.
Settra the imperishable. Settra destroys. Takes on me.
Dumbo, thanks so much for joining the Red House. Appreciate the membership. Thank you very much. Very generous of you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Mithril Blade 04. Hey, yay, Sotek playing the best characters. Coming from the Thrones of Decay DLC, if you had a choice of legendary lore and star location for each race, who would you pick and where? Okay, so looking at Thrones of Decay, we're dealing with Empire versus Dwarfs versus Nurgle. So, okay, there's the idea of what I want to happen, and then there's the idea of what I think is going to happen, which are two different ones. What I think is going to happen is that based on the name of it being literally Thrones of Decay, it seems very, very intentionally heavily suggested that it's going to be Tarmacon. Which, if it is going to be Tarmacon, which it almost assuredly is, Tarmacon, there are a lot of interesting places Tarmacon can go. If they want to start him in kind of like the most lore appropriate place for his journey, he will start up way up in the Chaos Wastes, and will functionally be like start up near Kadatha, or the plains of Kadatha, which are super far up, like almost the tippy top of the realms of chaos, which I think would be a fine place for him to start, because there's not a ton of, there's actually not all that many Northern Chaos Wastes characters right now. So I would personally be fine with him going all the way up there, to start up there and give Nurgle like a really far north character, because, you know, it's like you got Festus in the Empire, you've got Kugoth down in the Dragon Isles. So if they end up doing Tarmacon in the Northern Chaos Waste, that's totally fine. Personally, I would prefer Epidemius, who's the Grand Tallyman of Nurgle. So he's kind of like Nurgle's big ultimate bookkeeper. He would be my preferred pick for the Nurgle character, because I just kind of want to get all of the lesser demon legendary lords like done. Like let's get them all through the process. Let's get them in the game. You know, let's get all this knocked out. But I realize that that's kind of like a personal priority of mine as opposed to what's necessarily best for the game. So I'm pretty freaking sure it's going to be Tarmacon. That being said, if it was Epidemius, I would put Epidemius somewhere in Nagaroth. Nagaroth is not too overpopulated anymore. Like, Nagaroth used to have like too many characters in it, but then a lot of them moved. And I don't think it's nearly as bad as it used to be. I think it's perfectly fine how many characters are in it. Let's go get my crown. So I would be super fine with that. Put Epidemius somewhere in Nagaroth, because he has a whole storyline about him attacking the city of Nagarond, because he goes there to collect Malekith's soul. So yeah, I think that would work great. And that would be very, very different from the other start positions. All right, let's we gotta enjoy Settra's speech. We gotta let the king talk.
Today, we dispatch these faithless barbarians, these petty thieves, in tribute to Jaff, the god of war and death. He will feast as the jackal dies and grow fat on their souls. For who dares stand before Settra in defiance of his will? I am the King of Kings, the imperishable, and I will see my crown returned.
Of course, I'm sure y'all seen all the memes, but an actual, it would actually be pretty rare for Settra himself to give speeches, because that's literally Nehekhara's job. Like, Nehekhara would be the guy who's responsible for kind of running forward and be like, here are the terms of Settra. But, of course, he has to rattle off all of Settra's names, which takes forever. I'm pretty sure Nehekhara is one of those characters who, like, has found undeath to be kind of a relief, because he doesn't actually need to breathe now that he's undead. So doing his job is probably a lot easier now than it was doing in life, which is kind of funny to think about. Luring Lion, thanks so much for coming by. I hope you have a great night, by the way. All right, the other characters. So keeping in mind that it's probably Tarmakon from Thrones of Decay, that means that the Empire is going to be Elspeth von Draken. If they're doing Tarmakon, ain't no freaking way they're not also going to do Elspeth. With Elspeth would be kind of interesting because, like, she lives in Nuln, which, you know, would make one... What? Okay. All right, I'll just kill these hell cannons then. Thanks you very much. Are these just marauders? I'm just gonna kill you lads if you're just kind of hanging out here. That being said, I feel like the thing about Elspeth is that you have a character who lives in the Southern Empire because she lives in Nuln most of the time. I mean, she ventures all over the place, but Nuln is where she's known to be. So you kind of have this situation of like, well, all right, obviously we don't want to put her in Nuln because Nuln is pretty freaking close to where Karl Franz is, and it's also pretty freaking close to where Balthazar Gelt is. However, I think this is probably a scenario that adds more evidence to the very popular, you know, argument that Gelt should probably be changed rather substantially. Not that Gelt himself is bad. Like, I think Gelt himself is perfectly fine. However, his campaign is kind of boring and doesn't really make a lot of sense for him because he's treated as an Elector Count, which is weird. Because he's not an Elector Count, you know, he's the Supreme Patriarch. He should be doing Supreme Patriarch things. If I was going to have it my way, I would want to have Elspeth, like, it'd be nice to see her be somewhere vaguely close to Tarmakon, so the two of them are kind of throwing down, but at the same time, it's not, like, super necessary. So what I would probably do is I would probably say, if I'm going to put Tarmakon all the way up in Kadatha, which is really far north, you know, it's like, it's way the fuck up there, then where can I put Elspeth that would be somewhere really unique for the Empire? Because Elspeth travels. Like, Elspeth, one of her whole things is that Elspeth is she's a hunter of artifacts. She travels the world gathering magical artifacts that she takes back with her to her little tower inside Nuln, where she then serves the Elector Countess of Nuln. So what we could do is we could take Elspeth von Draken and move her to somewhere super far away. So, like, Cathay, for instance. Like, Elspeth von Draken could show up in Grand Cathay. Maybe somewhere where she's kind of like there studying new forms of magic or magical artifacts. But my thought would be that I think there's a lot there that can be explored with Balthazar Gelt going to Grand Cathay. Because the thing about Gelt is that at the end of the day, deep down, Gelt also likes to go hunting for magic artifacts, and Gelt also is extremely fond of alchemy. Like, alchemy is his entire thing. He is like an alchemist more than he is anything else. So it would make sense then for him to want to go to Grand Cathay, because Grand Cathay has a completely different form of alchemy. Like, it's a whole new world there, because of the lead alchemist of Grand Cathay, Zhao Ming. So there could be like kind of a relationship of Gelt wanting to go and check out these new forms of alchemy, study with these new materials that the Cathayans are using, and that would allow him to go somewhere really exciting. And you could still have him, you know, have a campaign that mechanically is built very heavily around the colleges of magic, where like Balthazar Gelt has to deal with that. He's constantly like dealing with missives from the colleges and trying to fulfill like little missions and quests for the colleges in order to maintain their support as the Supreme Patriarch. So it's like, oh yeah, if you pull off this little benefit, you get bonuses to Death Wizards, or you get like a free Death Wizard that has like a unique ability or something, or you get like bonuses to cast, or you get some like cool magic items and stuff like that. Because if you move Gelt out of, if you move Balthazar Gelt out of Solent or Sunland, then you can explore the idea of Elspeth von Draken being the Southern Empire character, which would be really fun and interesting. Because you get to think about, okay, well, where would Elspeth von Draken start if her whole thing is that she's in the Southern Empire? Like, do you also send her to Solend, where Balthazar Gelt's old start position used to be, because it represents her, like, marching forward to represent the interests of the Countess Emanuel von Leibwitz, because Emanuel wants to expand Nuln's control. So maybe she's gone down there to take over where Gelt was, because she's, you know, expanding the authority of the Countess. You know, obviously she would have her own unique mechanics. And the nice thing is that would make Karl Franz, the only character with the Electrocount system. Though I also think that Vlad von Karstein should get access to the Electrocount system. And I also think that if we ever get Boris Todbringer as playable, or Marius Leitdorf, or any other Electrocount character, that they also get access to those systems. But that's neither here nor there. If it's not Tarmakon, and it's not Elspeth von Draken, then I would say the best option then would probably be the Reichsmarschall, Kurt Helborg. I think Kurt Helborg would make for a really kick-ass legendary lord. Kurt Helborg could literally go anywhere. You could put him anywhere in the world and it would be perfectly fine, because he would literally just represent, he's the Reichsmarschall and he has been sent to go kick ass in the name of Karl Franz. And it's like, all right, yeah, that works. And you could have, you know, kind of two different focuses. I think if we get Elspeth von Draken, I would want to see all the units from the Tarmakon book, you know, like the Marienburg Landship, the Nuln Ironsides, maybe give us the Wizard Lords finally, you know, give us the Wizard Lord Lords, you know, so you could have all these different kind of focuses. Whereas if you do Kurt Helborg, I would like the focus of a Kurt Helborg DLC to be much more on the knightly orders, because he's the Reichsmarschall. He is like one of the biggest, baddest knights in the entirety of the Empire, and he represents that very, very well. So, you know, it's like, if you give me Kurt Helborg, then for that DLC, I'd like to see like Knights of the White Wolf and the Knights Panther and Grand Masters as the new Lord choice, which are the Lord level knight characters. and like give me grandmasters who are like super awesome badass melee fighters for the Empire melee fighter lords for the Empire. That way we can make the Empire general much more of a support character. You know, make those characters far more about how they buff the fuck out of your troops and have a lot of really like powerful benefits and bonuses when it comes to leading your armies, as opposed to, you know, being just like kinda okay fighters until you get a griffin and then they're like, all right, they're decent. But, you know, allow them to really excel at a particular role, this role being that they're super badass generals and have a lot of really powerful support abilities, like the Lord Magistrate from Grand Cathay. As for the dwarfs, the lord that I'm hoping for is Grim Burlickson. Grim Burlickson is kind of like the big engineer character for the dwarfs. He's invented his own unique weapons. So like he invented a steam-powered gauntlet that gives him like absolutely incredible amounts of strength. He of course invented his legendary double-barreled rifle, which is known as the Grudge Raker. Which is kind of like, just take like a long-range rifle and a shotgun and just put them together. And that's what he created in addition to like his steam gauntlet and some other really fun little tools. And, you know, let it be like a very engineer-focused DLC. So give me like miners with steam drills. Give me thunder barges. Give me Guildmaster Engineer Lords, which are dwarf lords that have like really cool engineer upgrades. Let the Master Engineer Hero, or the Dwarf Engineer Hero, be able to ride a gyrocopter mount and a gyro bomber mount, and let the Master Engineer Lord be able to ride on thunder barges for a mount. Give me the Goblin Hewer War Machine, which is like a rapid fire axe thrower. Give me like I don't know, like some kind of new hero, like a Dragon Slayer hero. Or, you know, so either that, or I also would be fine with them going with like a like things that were lost. Yeah, Ironbreakers with Drakefire pistols would be another good one. I would also be very happy with like a things that were lost DLC, like reclaiming old technology and stuff like that. So giving me shard dragons, giving me like a Rune Priestess of Valea hero who is like has unique support and healing powers. And has like a rune staff and uses rune staff type stuff. Give me Joseph Bugman as the legendary lord for that. Rune golems. Well, they're not called rune golems. They're called runic guardians. Runic guardians. You know, all sorts of shit like that would be super awesome, and I would be very happy. So those are the. So I gave you 2 for each of things I would like to see. As far as like start positions go, I would love to see a dwarf faction in the Mountains of Morn. Alternatively, a dwarf faction in the southern World's Edge Mountains would be cool. So somewhere between Karazakarak and Karak-Zorn, so maybe fit in a dwarf character in that ballpark somewhere. I could, whoa, okay, they were actually very well hidden. Trying to think of what else, really. I think that about covers it. Joseph Bugman could start like fucking anywhere, so I would just put him somewhere really unique and fun. There's the little thieving bitch. Oh, they have a giant, and I'm out of arrows. That's swell. Yeah, I'll just kill my way through the trolls. Giant's hurt. Ow, Giant's hurt. Curse of Juff!
Curse them!
Let's go mess up these trolls. Isn't Thoric already in the south borders of the mountains? He's in the very tippy south, yes. I meant south more in like if you split it into north and south by halves, there's a lot of space between Karazakarak and Karakzorn. New Lorebeards tomorrow? No, I don't know when Lorebeards is going to resume. Hopefully soonish. But Andy is unfortunately sick with COVID right now. So he's not really in a good position to do Lorebeards at the moment. Hopefully he feels better soon. You know. I ask that y'all send good vibes his way. Because he's unfortunately not feeling well. So we'll definitely be getting back into Lorebeards as soon as we can. But it's more important for Andy to take his time and, you know, get back to good health than rush back to do a podcast.
Settra rules. Settra the imperishable.
If I can just get the Chaos Trolls to run, then we should be in a better position to kill the giant. Okay. Everybody on the giant. Tomb Prince, you run the trolls down.
King of Henry.
Settra, you back up and just do magic. There we go.
Next in line.
Good, absolute grief. That was painful. Ugh. I don't have any immediate fights coming up, so I think it'd be better to do Endless March because I need the money. Nice. So we got our crown, which is wonderful.
King of kings.
I have remembered to take you off the steed. There we go.
My wrath.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get Thra the Great Father. Let's also pick up Attend Me, so I get bonus ranks on new units. For our Prince, let's go ahead and get Hard to Hit.
Bow before your king. I rule everything.
Qatar's not as much of a... What does Qatar's Pyramid do? Canopic Jars. Ooh, Winds of Magic is quite nice. Numus is... Prince Tutankhamun. Oh, it's pretty much the same. Right. Yeah, okay, let's do Numus, because Numus is more exposed anyway.
Eternal king.
Any possible guests for the podcast this year? Probably. I imagine, you know, we'll definitely do some stuff. I don't know exactly what, but we'll do some. We'll try and mix things up. I'm in prep to run a Wolfric campaign starting in March, and Lorebeards has been really inspiring for ideas and stuff. Matthew, that's awesome to hear. I hope your campaign goes super duper well, and you have a lot of fun with it.
Nehekhara is mine.
I've not found any items, which makes me sad. Can we get a... No, we cannot get a new Lord yet, but Kimri did upgrade, which is nice, so we can get gold. We could also do Shopti or get up to Nehekharan Source Horseman. I think I'll take the... I mean, Shopti only go up to tier 3. Whereas if I do this, I get Necropolis Knights with halberds later. Yeah, let's do Horseman. Okay. Need one more turn of healing. I can march out here and we can do...
What of the heat? My wrath.
Is there anywhere better we can hide? 40% is not that great.
Settra, move.
See if we can lure Mannfred into an ambush. Sotek been watching Lorebeards on work time, wondering, is it possible for a vampire to ascend to a demon prince, or is that not possible since they're cut off from the... That would not be possible. Yeah. Yeah. Specifically because of what happens to a vampire, like, their soul is removed from the equation. It's basically bound entirely within their corpus, their physical form. So yeah, no, that would not be possible. Unless there was... There would have to be an event that would occur that would fundamentally, like, break the laws of the universe. Like, break the laws of the setting itself. For that to even be remotely feasible. So, yeah, no. I would say that's just impossible. Unless you decide... Like, if you're running your own setting, if you want to decide to, like, you know, completely change the laws of how the universe works, you know, obviously you could change it then at that point. But from the way the kind of the laws of the universe are written as they currently are, no, that would not be possible. Yeah, because to be a vampire is to have your soul basically bound to your body. which makes you super powerful and super scary, and also removes a lot of the threats that a lot of other people have to deal with. But it also means that, you know, there is no afterlife for you. There's nothing. Like, you are functionally kind of a dead end. Settra should kill him pretty quick. Mind your manners, Mannfred.
My orders enacted.
Alright, he's dead. Now we go kill Mannfred. Kill the giant bats, please. Okay.
Settra the imperishable. Yes.
Great guardman. Good chariot charges. Do such a nice chunk of damage. Alright. Mannfred is dead. And down goes his army. Do we know what the Chaos Cults of Nehekhara were like? There weren't really any, to be honest. A lot of the lore that we have about Nehekhara talks very heavily about how, because they were in this kind of around the equator, the center of the planet, there wasn't much magic. Like, magic was pretty rare in that part of the world. Because it's as far away as you could possibly be from the two gates. So a lot of the influence of chaos just wasn't really there. It's possible that, you know, every once in a while something would crop up. But it seems that for the most part, generally speaking, the forces of chaos were pretty non-present as kind of like an existential threat for Nehekhara. There were undoubtedly like chaos forces that attacked Nehekhara over the many thousands of years that it existed. But as far as like chaos cults that were active in those regions, we have very little, like we have basically non-existent information on that, what that would have looked like. That's not to say that they didn't exist. They probably existed. You know, there are probably individuals who, you know, attempted to gain power through forging deals with demons. And we know that there were, of the mortuary cult, there were individuals who would capture demons and like interrogate them on like the secrets of magic. But what's interesting about it is that there doesn't really seem to be much of an indication that the early Nehekharans didn't even know what demons were, really. They just referred to them as spirits, and didn't really seem to have a great understanding of what exactly they were dealing with. Which is very interesting and certainly opens kind of, you know, a lot of fascinating questions. There we go. Shouldn't End in Koresh be similar? Yeah, like debatably, End in Koresh would have been very similar as far as that concept goes, of magic might have been weaker in their particular domains. But it doesn't seem to necessarily be like a foolproof system, because like, you know, obviously the Lizardmen had good access to magic, but you could also argue that from the Lizardmen perspective, it was more from like they had the understanding of how to manipulate it from the beginning. And they also relied less on the winds of magic and relied more on the geomantic web, which is a very different form of magic. So maybe that actually makes the thread more consistent, not less consistent. Yeah, it's kind of a mess. Herald Hammerstorm versus Settra, who wins? Oh, Settra. Settra would body the shit out of Herald. Listen, Harry the Hammer's cool. Herald Hammerstorm is a super badass character. He's great. He's awesome, and he, in a lot of ways, can punch above his weight. Just due to, like, sheer anger. And the, you know, the support that he gets from Chaos. But he would not stand a chance against Settra. Like, no. Settra would absolutely body him into like a completely different realm of existence. What can I can awaken the flock of Juff. And I can get the golden dagger. Okay, well, let's awaken the flock, because they're super cool. Oh yeah, I forgot we got the Scorpion Legion. My name's Chief.
Take in my majesty, unquail creature. Settra speaks.
No mercy for the filthy spawn of Nagash. Do I just have all this lore info in your head? A lot of it, yeah. But I can't have to constantly refresh. No Twitch, not today.
The time has come, my lord, to signal to your people that Nehekhara is truly an empire resurgent. Perhaps some grand civic project is in order, if I may be so bold.
The Charnel Valley, huh?
Vassal, all is mine.
think we can manage that. Grab me. I don't really want horsemen in this particular army, but I also really don't need any more chariots. I could probably use more infantry just to have like a larger front line. We'll pick up another spearman unit. I have some money, but I don't have a ton of money. Let's do this so I can get Tomb Guard. And then let's grab some walls. Well, not walls, but better defenses, at least for the moment. Why is Mannfred bald? Mannfred went bald because he oversaturated himself to such an insane extent with Dar that he quite literally basically irradiated himself to the point where all of his hair fell out. Is how the original version of that story goes. Because if you look up some older work of Mannfred used to have like a beautiful head of hair. He used to have a ton of hair. In the later lore, he becomes bald, mainly due to the sheer amount of dark magic that he ends up saturating his body with. Because, I mean, there's a lot of jokes at Mannfred's expense, especially after what Games Workshop did to him in the end times. But, like, if you cut away the humor and you focus on, like, the actual story, Mannfred is, like, one of the most powerful entities in the setting. But yeah, according to some sources, he literally has no hair on his body at all. He's completely hairless. Another Settra speech!
I alone may wield the blessed blade of Pitra, for am I not his right hand, the bringer of the fires of the sun? Today, I offer him a fine tribute indeed. 1,000 souls or more, each an idolater, a heathen, and an enemy of Nehekhara. May this please you, mighty Petra, bringer of the day, for it is the last these unbelievers will ever see.
All right.
Undefeatable.
Idolaters and heathens! Positions, people, positions! I don't like those iron drakes.
Settra the imperishable.
What if Settra killed Harry, but then Harry was resurrected by Kemmler? What would happen? How would Kremlo be involved? Also, how is Andy feeling? I don't know. I haven't heard from them since just a little bit before Christmas. I mean, granted, I'm hoping it's because they're focused on getting, like Lindsay and them are focused on getting as much rest as possible. Because unfortunately, I think their whole household kind of got sick at the same time. So I am doing my best not to bother them. Because I want to make sure that they are focused on getting as much R&R as they need, and not, you know, dealing with me. But I haven't I think they'll be all right. You know, I think it's just we're just gonna kind of have to sit tight for a little while, as much as everyone, you know, wants news right now. You know, let them live their lives in peace. Well, they will give us more news when they are ready to share more news. All right, let's not get in flamethrower range, please. Ow. Just archers, not really the end of the world if they die. Forward! Not yet. Whoop, look out. I am not interested in being a barbecue. All right, you're up, lads. Kill the giant! Kill the giant!
Mightiest of kings.
Okay, let's summon Ushapti in the middle of this mess. Wait, no, you go there, you go there. Alright, the giant is dead. Now we just gotta deal with the Slayer spam. Alright, no more Slayers. Got my sword. Ugh. DigiDestin Pichu, thank you much for the super chat. Why do the Tomb Kings sometimes say Manon when you move them? Half question, half BS, since it could be a C thing. So they're not they're not saying Manon. I'm not 100% sure what they are saying, but it's not Manon. They are either they are probably saying something in Nehekhara, which is, you know, going to be like kind of butchered Egyptian. But it's because of all of the like effects on their voice. I'm actually not 100% sure what is coming out of their mouth precisely. As much as I would like to know. Okay, let's get another point in Restless Minions so that we can get Immortal King. And our Tomb Prince, we're gonna do Over My Dead Body. Settra's got a kitty cat now. We also got the Blessed Legion of Fucked. So let's get a carrion unit. And I guess 2 more archers. That should be fine. And I think we can replace our regular chariots with archer chariots, because the archer chariots have the exact same stat line, they just also have bows. They're saying manana like the Muppets. Ah, yes, of course. the Muppets. The Tomb Kings would be Muppets. Oh, Sudien, yeah. Good to see you. Have the Tomb Kings ever worked with the Empire, or are they extreme isolationists? No, there have been times the Tomb Kings and the Empire work side by side. The most famous instance was that up in Averland, so way up here in the Empire in Averland, Zacharias the Ever-Living, who is a really, really, really fucking scary vampire. He's probably the second most powerful vampire that's still alive, only behind like Mannfred. Debatably, like he's on par with Abarash, though him and Abarash obviously have very different skill sets. Zacharias unleashed a big old army to invade Averland from the north, and I can't remember exactly what city the fighting was at, but another undead army came up through I want to say it was Winter's Teeth Pass, but another undead army came up into Averland that was Tomb Kings, and all of the people of the Empire started panicking because they thought they were about to get sandwiched between 2 very pissed off undead legions, only for it to be revealed that the Tomb Kings actually kind of like pivoted and positioned themselves side by side with the Empire, because they were there to fight Zacharias, because the Tomb Kings have massive hate boners for the vampire counts. So the Tomb Kings actually spent the entire battle fighting alongside the Empire, and together both forces were able to successfully defeat Zacharias's legion and force him back, and the Tomb Kings didn't say anything, they just turned around and left after Zacharias retreated from the fighting. Because they were literally just there to do their absolute best to kick him in the nuts. And once that mission had been accomplished, they were like, alright, we're out. We've done our job. That's an enchanted item. Or is that a talisman? That's an enchanted item, okay. So I can get a talisman on Settra, so we get the Sun Scarab. How did the Empire react? They were mostly like, holy fucking shit, we're all about to die, holy shit, oh god, I don't want to die, please help me. And then when they realized that they weren't going to, and the situation was like moderately stable. I imagine it was a mess of somewhere between confusion, also being incredibly thankful, and probably a lot of, you know what, just, we're not going to talk about it. we're not going to worry about it. We're alive. We beat one group of undead and the other one left. Let's count our blessings and call it a day. Is there any Tomb King character you don't like? No, they're all fantastic. Every Tomb King character is super awesome. Like, some of the older characters are not as good. Some of the characters that did not get updates in 8th edition who are still relatively important. So, like, in Warhammer... But, though, granted, I am very excited for those characters in Warhammer the Old World. So, a really good example is this guy. So, Prince Tutankanut. Prince Tutankanut is supposed to be featuring in the Old World because he is the leading ruler of Numus. He's got quite a bit of lore from the Old World. Or, sorry, not the Old World, from the old lore. Like, he is a known character. But he kind of fell off going later into the setting and didn't really get much cool information. So I am very excited that he is returning and seems to be at least getting some focus. He's not going to feature heavily at the beginning because the beginning of the beginning stuff is going to focus far more on Settra's invasion of the Border Princes as opposed to what's going on in Nehekhara itself. DG Justin Pichu, thank you for the super chat. Every other race's interaction with the Tomb Kings versus vampire counts. Tomb Kings show up, kick vampire counts in between the legs, leave without explaining. That does happen a lot. That is a frequent scenario for how that goes down. Sigmar versus Settra, who's walking away with the win? I mean, because of the way the setting is structured, I think that Sigmar would win. I feel that it would be almost a little ridiculous that Settra would win, or that Sigmar would win. It would probably take some... You have to remember, the way that Sigmar defeated Nagash was through what I can best describe as absolute shenanigans. And I think it would be very accurate to say that that is a very similar way of how Sigmar would defeat Settra, would be through absolute shenanigans. You know, it wouldn't be because he's like so awesome and martially powerful that he's able to like 1v1 Settra. I think Sigmar would be fighting for his absolute life. And in many ways he would be getting the absolute shit kicked out of him. But I do believe that he would successfully be able to take Settra down. Probably by using Settra's arrogance against him. Didn't Settra lose to a random Norscan lord? No, kind of. It depends on how you look at it. Settra successful. So Nehekhara gets invaded by a Norscan warhost. Which, granted, when you say Norscan warhost, it's very Warriors of Chaos-y. Like, we're talking about a lot of guys in heavy chaos armor and stuff. And the Chaos Lord, who was leading that army, fights Settra and gets his absolute shit pushed in. Like, Settra just murders the shit out of him. However, his son, it's kind of like, you know, like the opening scene to The Lord of the Rings, where, like, Isildur's dad goes up against Sauron and just gets the absolute shit kicked out of him. Which I know, to my understanding, that's not how it happens in the books. But you know, in the movie, he just kind of gets one shot. And then he's a little too not paying attention to the threat of Isildur and gets his hand chopped off. It was kind of like that. Where Settra absolutely bodies the shit out of the Norscan warlord, like the actual leader of the army. But while Settra is busy with that, he kind of gets killed by a pseudo cheap shot. Actually, no, he duels. No, he does lose to the Chaos Lord, actually. I don't remember exactly what it is. Like, there's something about Settra gets either distracted or the Chaos Lord gets really lucky. Something weird happens because the Chaos Lord has a flaming axe, which is the whole thing. Is that because his axe is like covered in flame, that's what really kills Settra. Is that, you know, Settra's flammable because he's a Tomb King. And he does kill Settra, but he dies immediately afterwards. And it's really funny because, like, it's one of my favorite scenes because, like, this epic Chaos Lord, like, duels Settra and he hits Settra with a flaming axe and it causes Settra to go up in flames. And he's like, yeah, I beat Settra the Imperishable. But it's Settra, so there's the whole curse, right? The curse of the Tomb Kings. So Settra's flaming body explodes into a giant, like a giant swarm of flesh-eating scarabs, and they swarm over this Chaos Lord and eat him alive in his armor. So he's like, yeah, I won! And then he literally is screaming as he gets devoured alive by bugs. And he falls to the ground, gets eaten until there's nothing but bloody bones left. And then Settra, the swarm of beetles that is Settra, flies back to Khemri into Settra's sarcophagus so he can start to reform, which takes him 10 years. And in the midst of that, when Settra dies, quote unquote dies, although he turns into a host of scarabs and devours the dude that kills him, the guy's son, the Chaos Lord's son, sees Settra's crown fall onto the ground, and he grabs Settra's crown and runs away. Which leads to the War of Sand and Snow. Because he takes Settra's crown, and a bunch of the Norskins manage to successfully steal a bunch of treasure and basically run away. And so when Settra finally finishes reforming his body 10 years later, he basically walks immediately out of his sarcophagus and is like, we are invading right now! And he leads a big old invasion of Norska, and he fights from one end of the Norska to the other over the course of 5 years, and he just brutally massacres thousands, like hundreds of thousands of people. And he gets back every single coin that the Norskins took from him. And there's even a big epic fight scene at the very end where he fights. The very last battle is Settra finally catches up with the guy who stole his crown, who at this point has like become like a big hotshot Chaos Lord. And Settra ends up dueling with the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, which is super badass. And of course he's Settra, so you know he wins. Really without like breaking all that much of a sweat, because he's fucking Settra. Oh nice, you have a chariot now. Get rolling. Rolling, 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 rolling. Yeah, get fucked, Karen Race. I have magic attacks! Oh, those are Cryptors. Eat him. I will say, of the units they've revealed for the old world so far, I am very dearly hoping that we not only get the new Tomb Dragon, the Necrolith Bone Dragon, but I also really hope that we get the Tomb Swarms. Because the new Tomb Swarms are like an actual unit-looking thing, instead of just being like a random assortment of like bugs and beetles and stuff. Like, they actually have like a form. Like, that could work in Total War. You know, unlike regular swarm units, which we don't tend to see, because like trying to put them in Total War is like really hard. Like, they managed it with the Nurglings, which is why I hope to see more swarm units. But the new Tomb Swarms look fucking incredible and would work very easily in Total War Warhammer, so I hope we get them.
I control the sands. Undying Prince. All is sand.
Fight me, cowards!
Legions, forward! My orders!
Cole Patterson, aren't there living humans in Numas? The Scythians, but spelled wrong. Could Tutunkanuk has some living units lore-wise at least? It depends on which version of the lore they go with. In the older lore, so I think you're looking at 5th edition, maybe 6th edition, there was a living human population in Nehekhara. However, if you're looking at the later lore, so like 8th edition is very explicit that the Tomb Kings despise the living to such an extent that there are no living souls at all within Nehekhara, like at all. So there's no living population in Numas. The cities have become completely dead. So going into the old world, as far as what is going to be the scenario, like, are we gonna see, like, which version are we gonna see? That is entirely in Games Workshop's hands at this point. I'm not sure which version they're gonna do. I really don't know. There are strengths and weaknesses to, you know, each iteration, because they will, you know, kind of be functionally portraying the Tomb Kings in a different light. But it'll be interesting to see what they go with. Would be the best way I could put it. Oh, I can get a new Tomb King now, can't I? Yes, good. All right. We're not going to be able to get Wakaf for like 1,000 years. So why don't we focus on getting somebody. Cunning is really good. Yeah, let's get a cunning Tomb King who we can focus on going south and let Settra go deal with Scarbrand. No, I don't want to upgrade Kasabar just yet. Well, actually, if I get the City of Bronze, 100 income per turn is not bad for Tomb Kings. Yeah, sure, go ahead and do that. Oh, the Parched Oasis is also like stupid good. All right, yeah, let's do that. Aslo, question: if one of the Norskins buried some of Settra's underground, would he be able to find it? Probably. It's very heavily implied that the Tomb Kings can sense much of their treasure. Probably because they can. There's probably something about it they can sense, and that it's very likely they've layered curses onto all of their treasure, so that Lich Priests, at the very least, or maybe even Tomb Kings and Tomb Princes themselves, have a idea of where it is. I love when I get cavalry bonus right after I recruit like a shitload of cavalry units. There. We'll get one of each to make sure that it goes through, and then I'll re-recruit them once I get the bonus ranks. Okay, so Settra's Pyramid is super sexy, and we will get that as quickly as we can. There's nothing else. I mean, obviously we're gonna want a fancy garrison, but let's save up the money for Settra's Pyramid. Why don't you also go ahead and get Carrion and another 2 chariots and some spearmen. We will go from there. Rip Lizardmen Jungle Swarm. Yeah, I love Jungle Swarms for the Lizardmen, but I mean, at least we kinda have them in the sense of like the army abilities and stuff. Jack Flanagan. Hey, Sotek, been loving the podcast, especially since you brought Andy Long. Thanks so much for teaching me. Awesome. Well, thank you for the sweet message. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Working? Sure. What else? As long as you pay me fealty, I am fine with that. Yeah, working with Andy has been an absolute dream come true. I've loved every single moment of it. It is very unironically been like the absolute highlight of 2023 for me, was getting to have Andy join the podcast. Like that was kind of the best thing ever. Oh, a Necrotect. Oh, a Scorpion Carver Necrotect. Oh, baby. I don't think Settra doesn't need a Necrotect just yet, so I guess we can put you in this army.
The ultimate shrine. My great, this is my army finished.
Let's get armor. All right, where is that big pissed off demon? Because I want to kill him, but I would rather start a war once I know where he is as opposed to before. Oh, I can get a Lich Priest of Pathra, so let's do that. How that guy that stole Settra's crown react to Settra's showing up? I imagine he was shitting his pants a little bit, but he also wore Settra's crown to the bitter end and did meet him on the field of battle, though he avoided Settra for as long as he could. So I imagine he was terrified, but also, you know, realized that it was fight or die. So. Does anybody know, is there a unique talent for spending enough turns in Entomb Beneath the Sand stance? I'm not sure if there is or not. Ooh, Proclamation of the First Dynasty is really good, but I want, you know what? Well, yeah, let's go ahead and get it. It's gonna set back all my other plans for a bit, but that's all right.
Rhaegar refreshes all. I have risen. My way.
Oh, right. It counts as your encampment stance. Never mind. I wish there was. It'd be cool if there was a unique trait for it, but... What are the Tomb King relations with ancient races that knew them when they were alive, like the elves and dwarves? Not great. The Tomb Kings are very insular, and are not terribly fond of what we know as the Elder races. Mainly because the Tomb Kings kind of have... the best way I could put it is that the Tomb Kings have a very unhealthy obsession with the idea that they are the ancient race. You know, like they're the ancient kingdom that all other kingdoms should bow down before, and none other can compare to their grandeur. So they don't take super well. They don't take well at all to the idea that, like, oh, these other races are older and grander than us. The Tomb Kings kind of whip around and look at that and are like, how dare you suggest anything of the sort? Like, clearly we are superior, and anyone who says otherwise is going to get shot in the head. You know, they don't take well to people conflicting their personal narrative, so to speak. Plus, a lot of, like, the elves and dwarves don't really like undead things. The undead are kind of like a ugh thing for a lot of them. So I would say that they're not really super fond of everything that's going on with Nehekhara and what they've become, you know. But they were not, the Tomb Kings were not very friendly with the dwarves and the elves when they were alive. And when they died, they became way more toxic, for lack of a better term. So, you know.
Settra the imperishable. Legions, move.
Have the dwarves ever fought the Tomb Kings in any significant battle? Have they? Yes, definitely 100% for sure. There are not a lot of really well recorded ones. The best recorded thing we have about the two of them is that there is an ongoing dispute between the dwarfs of Karakazul and the Tomb Kings of, I believe it's Numus? It's either Numus or Qatar. But one of these two tomb cities has an ongoing spat with Karakazul, where there is an artifact that is basically this gold-plated. You can kind of think of it as like a golden disc that has this beautiful runic hammer as part of it. And the issue is that the hammer belongs to the dwarfs, but the golden disc plaque thingy belongs to the Tomb Kings. So the two of them, the dwarves and the Tomb Kings, have been fighting over this thing for thousands of years, and both sides have stolen it back numerous times through bloody violence and clever ploys and yada yada yada. And it's been an ongoing thing because both races are too stubborn to just break it apart. Oh, I did not think he was within march or move distance of me, but that's fine. Like, if they had just removed the hammer from the disc, then they could give the part that they both want to each other and be done. But they're both, you know, stubborn, and they're both assholes. So they absolutely refuse to do the sensible thing and just keep beating the crap out of each other. Which is very fitting for those races. Like, you know, it's not at all shocking. I think it's referred to as like the War of the Hammer. I love having a big old mountain pass that we marched out of.
Settra the imperishable. King of Henry.
I kind of like that, like, the idea that Scarbrand caught us right before we managed to make it into this pass and head for this pyramid. So, like, we knew Scarbrand was coming down on us too quickly. We wouldn't be able to make it through the pass effectively enough. Or quickly enough. So now it's come to this. We're going to turn and fight him. Neat. Effective storytelling. I like. Yeah. Oh, he summoned bloodletters behind me. Oh, very nice. Ugh. Fall back, Settra. Let the Tomb Prince take over for a minute. My Tomb Guard are getting absolutely melted. If we can kill Scarbrand, we should be fine. We turn the tide against the barbarian hordes. Though I am going to need him to stop summoning garbage. Alright, we need to run down fleeing units. I need to kill the Blood Reaper. Ooh, yeah, no, I think Scarbrand effectively pushed us back for the moment. Oh lordy! Scarbrand hurts. Do I want to rematch it? Yeah, I'll rematch it. I think I could do just a smidge better. We'll give it one more shot. Am I positive about the future of Total War Warhammer 3? Yes, immensely so. Immensely so. I'm very positive about the future of Total War Warhammer. How would I go about making a Tomb King character in Wolfrep? There's a couple of fun ones that already exist. If you play the various like intro things, so there are certain books that have characters already in them, which I think are very, very fun and well designed. There is a Tomb King character in Rough Days and Hard Nights who's pretty fun. It's more like a wraith, but it's a good design and does a good job of introducing what having, like, unless you're talking about like a playable Tomb King character, which I don't think would be viable unless you're playing like a very particular kind of campaign. Well, no, okay, maybe that's not necessarily true. I could actually see a pretty fun idea for like doing a Tomb King who's lost an immense amount of their power and is like hiding what they are. So like using some kind of magic item, or like wears a lot of heavy clothing and a mask and stuff to hide their identity. I actually could see a lot of fun with that, especially if you're running with the idea of like maybe all of his organs, like all of the canopic jars that had his organs in them, were stolen. And so he's kind of, you know, on the warpath, going across the world to find out who took, you know, his bits, and getting them all back. So as you like trek down your various organs, your character, like, you know, slowly becomes more powerful. That could be a lot of fun. Yeah, everybody focus Scarbrand. Let's do as much damage as we can to him before he gets over here. Ugh. I feel like skirmish stance does not work as good as it used to. Alright, luckily he's a little too busy trying to dodge my shooting attacks like an absolute goober.
Settra the Imperishable. Black Prince. Of course. Lich Priest.
Oh, those are Chaos Warhounds. I thought those were Fleshhounds. Lead them away. Alright, yeah, Scarbrand died much more efficiently that time.
Perish! What, my king?
Oh. And Settra is still in very good health. Good. Alright, secure the flank! Secure the flank!
Unwanted slaves! Obey! Move! Asaf's magic!
Not out of the woods yet. Chariots, get your asses down here. None of you get armor anymore.
Incantation of power!
Bring it down! Bring it down! Fucking Blood Reaper! He's gonna die!
Agrees.
No motorcycles!
Behold your death!
Alright, Blood Reaper's down. Need to pop the Chaos Warriors next.
Bow to me. Fight.
Hey, Gary! Thanks so much for gifting 5 subs. That was super generous. Holy shit.
So be it.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Everyone rally!
My orders. Onwards, legions. Settra the imperishable. Do as I say.
Get out of the way! Up, Carrion, up! No more demons! About face! What do we got left? We got Marauders. Oh, we got another unit of Chaos Warriors. Ugh! Open fire! Hey, Gary, thank you so much for the sweet super chat, my dude. I really appreciate that. Fan of Lorebeards is always playing your room when you're gaming. Well, I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you so much. That's very, very sweet of you. Appreciate the support. Okay, we'll let the Chariots run them down.
Settra destroys. Settra the imperishable.
Alright, now I just got a giant-ass squad of Chaos Warriors to deal with. No problem. Blessed Warriors, go be a shield wall. Or a bow wall. We are out of ammo. Run them off. I would like to not engage until this unit is like shattered. I'll walk my big ass over here. Come on, Carrion! Into them! Oh my god, they blew one up on the... Alright, let's do this.
My orders enacted.
Blade of Patra!
Mightiest of kings.
They're blinded, so like their stats are going to be as bad as they could possibly be. Oh, I wish Tomb King Chariots were heavier.
Attack! Settra rules. Bring my chariot.
Chariots! That was a pretty piss poor charge, Chariots. Into them! Hurry the fuck up, Carrion! Dive, damn you! Dive!
Charge! Obey! Move!
Alright, it's all or nothing here. Ah! Victory! Scarbrand is defeated. Holy fuck. Hey, Legends of Interest, thank you very much for the membership, and you as well, Game Doctor. Thank you guys, really appreciate it. Oh, God. All right. Unfortunately, it came at a pretty high cost. I'm not thrilled that we lost that Tomb Prince, but it is what it is. We'll just let them pick off any survivors here. I'll let the birds handle it. Hey Sotek, any thoughts on this party? A hero level character from the four races of Tomb Kings, Kislev, Lizardmen, Cathay. How would that group be? That'd be a pretty funky ass group, I'm not gonna lie. it would be funk. I think there's a lot of fun you could have exploring it. But it would definitely kind of be it is whatever you're gonna make it out to be. Because it's gonna kind of struggle. Like, you're not gonna have a lot of pre-established stuff to pull from, if that makes sense. Oh my good god. What a massacre. Honestly, the only thing I'm sad about losing is the Tomb Prince. Everything else is like, yeah, whatever, we'll get a new one. How do I feel about the Light of Eltharion? Super badass. I fucking love the Light of Eltharion in AOS. Great character. Beautiful mini. Fantastic, like, lore and model design. It's just great. And his moment, his big moment in Broken Realms was like a 10 out of 10. When he finally got his revenge on, Archon the Black. That was like a hype moment. Do the Tomb Kings really have no flying creatures besides birds? Well, okay. It depends on how technical you want to get about it. According to the tabletop rules, technically the what do you call them? The Necrosphinxes were capable of flight. They weren't like super great at it, but they were surprisingly useful at fluttering around. But you know, whether or not you're like, oh well, that doesn't count, because they had the hover rule, which is very specific. Because the hover rule is you're able to hover, as opposed to outright fly. You know, they weren't out there doing like crazy aerial maneuvers through the skies or anything of that sort. All right, so I'm also really sad we lost that Lich Priest, because that was a really good one, but that's okay. Chariot Master is going to be super kick-ass for Settra's army. Yeah, let's do that.
Son of Nehekhara, it shall be done. Eternal King, I rule everything.
Okay, let's go ahead and upgrade. Go ahead and upgrade the defenses at Numis so that we're well positioned to resist charges from the Cornate Horde.
Never, Tomb King of me.
I have walls.
Return.
How much attrition can I take? Ooh, I'm gonna lose a pretty hefty chunk of my troops. But like Settra could be down here in relatively quickly. Oh, we could also get a Necrotect that we can spec into assaulting units. Who can come down here and antagonize the shit out of these nerds. That'll work. Do I have any thoughts about how a Fishman army would look in Old World or Total War? Absolutely. I think the Fishman could work super duper fucking well. We talked about the Fishman a lot, especially from a Total War perspective during the Lorebeards episode on it that I did with Andy Law. But when looking at it from like a purely Total War perspective, I think the Fishmen could work exceptionally well. For the Old World, they would be slam dunk, because there is a lot of very strong evidence that Games Workshop was considering doing some kind of Fishman faction, but they ended up canceling it because, you know, obviously they set aside they ended up setting aside the Warhammer Fantasy World for Age of Sigmar, so unfortunately they killed off a lot of the setting. Ooh, success! That's what I like to see. How fast can I get down here? Probably what? 3 turns? Yeah. I don't want to march because I would rather be recruiting on the move. Yeah, that'll work. All right. Let's go ahead and upgrade that so we're getting more gold per turn. I just kind of want to hang near Numas so that if I need to fall back to defend it from Khorne, I can. Yeah. That's why, the Necrosphinx, the reason they have, like, the big wings on the back of their, like, coming out of their elbows is because they were able to hover. Like, it was able to, like, kind of grant them a semblance of flight. Ah, shit! We got a big siege. I love big sieges. Big sieges are fun and thematic and exciting. So here we go. Let's see if we can keep out the vampire counts. But as far as what would a fisherman army look like, go check out the fisherman episode if you haven't already. But creatures that we know exist that could be well associated with fishmen, we have kind of the more like troglodyte fishmen, which are the pale skin guys with needle sharp teeth. The fishmen are also implied to have some pretty impressive technology, where we know that they have things that look like krakens, that have, or like large squids. Obviously they would have a kraken, but they also have these large squid-like creatures that have big shells on their back, but the shells are a mix of natural and artificial, so that they can be, and the fishmen use them as like warships in a sense. So they're able to like have crew members in, like they're able to open up and take people inside and close. Yeah, Nautilus shells. Yeah. Like having like big tentacled creatures that have fishmen riding on top of them in these little like shells that can like have openings in them where the fishmen are like throwing javelins or shit out of would be really, or harpoons more accurately, would be really hype. Oh, Mannfred, come and die, bitch. What's coming at me from this direction? Just a bunch of infantry. Got Graveguard, zombies, Graveguard. Alright, so we need a reasonable force to hold them back. Part of me thinks it might be better to let them in and let the... Oh, but if we build this tower should be able to shoot right down on top of them. That'll work. So we'll put some Nehekhara warriors over here, along with some, actually, do spearmen to hold the line, and then reinforce with the warriors. And also we can dedicate a baby unit. We'll put Carrion over here to help overwhelm. And then we want to activate these towers and these towers. So we're going to activate these towers with you guys. And then we're going to activate these towers with you guys. That way we're getting maximum damage. What are my opinions on Age of Wonders 4? I think Age of Wonders 4 is super fun. I wish I had more time to play it. I was super duper fond of the Dragon update and had like a shitload of fun with it. So I would very much like to play more of it. I just haven't had time lately, but that is something I would like to spend more time with. But yeah, I thought Age of Wonders 4 was really... I thought it was a good time. Alright, we're going to put our skeletal horsemen with arrows back here, as well as our chariot with arrows. That way they can overfire into anything that comes through that gate. Our Tomb King and Necrotect will be standing by so that when Mannfred comes through, we can bully the shit out of him. Okay, he's on a nightmare. So why don't you stand on this flank and you stand on this flank. Then we can do 2 chariots on each flank to catch anyone that breaks. Let's do it this way. We'll do 2 chariots on each flank to catch anyone that breaks into the city. Nehekhara horsemen are going to hang out over here because I'm going to send them out. Oh, hello. I totally did not see you here. What do we got here? Black Knights and just a shit ton of skeleton warriors. Okay, so trash. Okay, so trash mobs. So we can use some Nehekhara warriors here, reinforced by some skeleton warriors, which should be more than enough to hold off this sad little group. We'll have Nehekhara horsemen ready to help defend over here if we need them, along with some regular skeleton cavalry. We're going to put one unit of skeleton horsemen outside the walls. And then that's everybody. Cool. And we got that tower over here, which will start shooting at them. And we will go from there. All right, you focus the Black Knights, because they're our #1 priority. You focus the Cryptors, or in the Fell Bats, I suppose. All right, cool story, bro. You focus the Graveguard with great weapons. All right. Let them come. Okay, that's nice. He took the bait over here, so I can just run away. And that leaves this force far more isolated. Actually, you know what we can do? If we hurry up, we can get out of the gate here before he is able to really catch up. And we should have enough overwhelming numbers to bring them down. Oh, geez. Oh, God. Oh, God. Just fight, idiots. Let's focus the Cryptors. Okay, ladders are coming out. Alright, fall back. Fall back. Hold the wall. All right, if we're lucky, they're all going to come at us from like one direction. Okay, we're going to dive down on the wall. Tell the tower to focus the Graveguard with great weapons. Chariots, spearmen.
Master Stokeful. Tomb King. Bow to me.
All right, let's get a big boy tower up here. How are we doing on this flank? Not too bad. Warriors on y'all move to block the gate. All right, Chariots, good job. Back up, back up. Everything that has a bow, shoot Mannfred. You back up. You back up. Okay, Chariots, fall back.
Yes.
Okay, we pretty much secured the walls. Alright, now we just shoot the shit out of Mannfred. Hope for the best. Alright, we've almost, okay, good. Awesome. We secured this flank. Great. Let's go mop up these spearmen. Mannfred is about halfway dead.
Unliving king.
I really don't like the Grave Guard. Now hold. Chariots!
My will be done.
Okay, I want you on them, you on them, you on him. You two stay on him, you fight him. Actually, I lied. I want y'all on. How are we doing out here? Okay, they're starting to come in through that gate. That's fine. Let's get... And that tower's going to probably not be in a good position. This tower. Why don't y'all start finding those spearmen? I want y'all to fly down on these skeleton warriors. Okay, that tower's doing business, which is good. That is a Ghoul King climbing up my walls. That's not good. Kill Mannfred! Kill Mannfred! I'm pretty sure we got this under control. Even if it's a little spooky in a couple places. Oh, those are, yeah, I don't like these, the Grave Guard with great weapons gotta go. They have got to go. Archers! All right, let's party. Okay, looks like we've secured pretty much. Okay, we've won this fight, so that's good. You lot. I'll start hauling ass for the center. Y'all have pretty much wrapped up here. Head to where I am to reinforce. Chariots! Support the Ushakti! Archers to the walls! Oh wait, are they climbing? Looks like they're climbing. Oh, good. Horsemen. We ride! Give me another tower over here. Okay, this is secure. Get your asses over here. Victory! All right. Good. 2 armies of vampires, but Kasabar stands strong. Could I explain what Black's Grail Knights are? Yes, though the explanation is probably not going to be as exciting as you may be hoping. So, technically, Black Grail Knights are not something that you see a lot in the wider lore. Well, okay, so you have Black Grail Knights, you have Knights of the Black Grail, which are technically kind of 2 different things. Black Grail Knights who have drank from the Black Grail are a very specific unit concept from the Dark Omen video game. So Dark Omen was a video game that was published that's about Warhammer Fantasy. It's like one of the, if it's not the earliest, it's nearly the earliest of the various video games in regards to the Warhammer Fantasy. But it's kind of big. One of the units that features in it are the Knights of the Black Grail, and they're super cool and awesome and stuff. But they are basically a group of undead knights who have drank from a magical item relic thing that's introduced in that game that's known as the Black Grail, and that's kind of the end. There are then another group known as the Knights of the Black Grail who show up in the end times, and in the end times the Knights of the Black Grail are a group of mysterious knights that serve kind of the renegade warrior who is known often as the Black Knight, which is Malobod, the Black Serpent, who we've talked about a fair bit from time to time, though I'm always happy to talk more about him because Malobod is a super awesome character. But there's also then another item a lot of people get kind of confused with that grouping, which is the False Grail, which the False Grail is a magical item that appears in the Histories of Bretonnia, and is actually going to feature very prominently in the Old World, because it's going to feature as the affair of the False Grail happens during the timeline that we're kind of currently in. But the False Grail is an incredibly powerful cursed artifact that was used by the sorceress Malflair to try and convince Bretonnia and Duke Maldred of Musion that they had found the real Grail, which they presented it. They're like, look, we found the Grail, but it turned out that was a fake. I will take another Lich Priest so that King Eoshir can have a Lich Priest. What? It says I have 2. Oh, it auto-recruited one for me. What are you, you're Nehekhara? Okay, that's fine. Get your booty down here.
Second son. Settra does not serve.
Yeah, we can offer some of that.
It's impossible. An act of suicide.
Right now, I just want money.
I rule everything. My wrath.
I like more money, please. More tank. And you are going to replenish troops and get better at wizardry. And that gives us enough money for the Great Pyramid of Settra. Beautiful. And then we can go ahead and upgrade this in Numus so that we can get Halberd Temple Guard. You're going to heal for a couple turns. Eh. Hey, it's AOS Coach. What's up? How you doing there, boss? Noob to hire. I need Settra himself and his magic to be buffed. Well, I kind of counter-argue. Settra, one of the really core things about Settra is actually supposed to not be a good wizard. So you'll notice when I'm playing my Settra campaign, I am very deliberately not going to upgrade any of his magic. Like I might, well, I'll probably upgrade him so that he gets the lore attribute. But other than that, I'm not going to upgrade his magic beyond that. Because the whole point of Settra is that Settra learned how to use magic, but he actually was not good at it at all. He was actually a very terrible wizard. Because he taught himself to use it through brute force, as opposed to having like a natural affinity for it. Because he didn't want the mortuary cult to be able to hold over him that, you know, they could use magic to resurrect his legions, but he could not. So he basically kind of pulled a thing of like, well, I'll teach myself how to use magic, and if anyone like tries to sass me about it, I will like rip them to bloody pieces. And, you know, everyone decided that maybe contesting Settra about anything was probably not a good idea. Okay, second dynasty is archers and horsemen and bone giants. Then we've got some of that stuff. Tomb Guard are over here. Chariots and knights. Or no. I said that. War machines and knights. And then Ushapti and big statues. Let's do Tomb Guard next. We'll do the fourth dynasty.
Settra is desiccated.
And now we're gonna start repeatedly punching Scarbrand in the throat till he's dead. Yeah, the Chariot of the Gods definitely the two worst mounts in the game compared to their tabletop iterations are the Chariot of the Gods and the Throne of Power that Thorgrim rides on. Those two items are supposed to be obscenely strong compared to their current thing. Like, at the very least, CA needs to add like a ridiculous ward save compared to what they currently do. Like, I am so not impressed with the current CA versions. Like, come on, CA. Give him like a 50%, give him like at least a 20% ward save. I think it should be higher than that, but, you know, at least 20%. I think that would be fair. Just to make it where they're like clearly just tank of tank. Because that's the whole thing, is whoever rides upon them is supposed to be like basically unkillable. Alright, Agru Migdal we're gonna burn down for the canopic jars. Also because I can use a right for only which one is it? This one. Later to get it automatically to tier 3. And that also gives something to distract the Cornate hordes with as I sneak around them to take out their capital. Because I want the Pillar of Bone for myself! Alright, and let's get proper defenses being built in Henry. That way it's nice and defended. a good amount of canopic jars, but there's nothing I really want at the moment. We'll leave you in march stance so that you might get the thing from it. Ah, he wounded one of my heroes. What a dick. Does Nagash have any of his own special units, or is it a mishmash of undead? The unique thing that Nagash would be able to potentially bring to the undead for like his own undead legion would be the Morghast. So there's the Morghast Archai and the Morghast Harbingers, and basically they're these horrific, monstrous, almost angelic looking creatures that are capable of flight. Oh, dwarfs. But they're pretty super fucking nasty. Like, they're like one of the most powerful forms of regular undead. So like non-vampires. And they kick a lot of ass, and I like them a lot.
The land of the dead.
Oh, okay, so the vampire counts are on their last leg.
Legions, move! Open the casket of souls. Yes, sire and father.
I want that building, but it's so expensive. I wonder why they didn't add Black Grail Knights to the Undead. I mean, they're a very niche subject, and whether or not they're even canon is debated. Like it could be argued that I'm not sure to what extent Dark Omen is considered canon, because the video games kind of exist until they don't. Games Workshop tends to be pretty inconsistent about like how they feel about the video games, but I would not be shocked if they were considered canon. But even if they are, Black Grail Knights are not something that you would expect to see like all over the world. Wow, he got some really nasty shit right there. I'm gonna go hide in my castle and let him come meet me here, because holy shit.
Drag their souls to Syria.
Yeah, I'm not fighting that. Not in the open. That being said, when the Red Duke becomes a playable character, I would very heavily suspect the Red Duke would receive Black Grail Knights as a recruitable unit. They would probably be a unit that you would need to take Musion to get. That would be a good way to do it. Like, kind of like how there are certain units that are locked under certain landmark buildings. I'd probably handle it that way, where if you have the unique landmark building for Musion, then you will successfully be able to recruit the
Doom Prince of Nehekhara, they will fear us.
the Black Grail Knights.
See, father?
And they, I mean, they would be fun. I mean, they would basically just be Black Knights, but like way more fucking powerful. Do I want to march out and deal with this, or do I just want to let him throw himself against my walls and die? He's taking attrition. I think we'll just let him sit out there and suffer. That's fine. That's fine by me. All right. Just gonna keep marching for Death Gorge. So, what have the Lizardmen been actively doing in the Lord fight against Chaos that you keep saying they're the best? This is the most of the incursions were dealt by elves or humans. Oh, I mean, I love the Lizardmen, but they're their involvement in old world matters tends to be pretty scant. The only direct note we have about them getting involved against, with them getting involved against the, like with old world affairs, is during the Great War. So that's when Azavar Kul, you know, came out of left field and invaded the old world and was being all evil and destroying shit left and right, you know, doing chaos things as you do. Basically, what's revealed is that during the final stages of the war, when shit was getting pretty dicey, and you know the forces of chaos were kind of at their absolute height, and the final battle at the gates of Kislev was about to take place, the Slann basically turned their attention to, you know, the sacred plaques and all of that stuff, and the Slann became aware, to some extent, that of what was going on, and were like, oh yeah, we should probably do something. So the Slann at that moment decide to manipulate the winds of, they use the Great Warding, or sorry, they use the Geomantic Web to bolster something that's known as the Great Warding. And the Great Warding is functionally a, you can kind of think of it as like a barrier that's drawn using the the Geomantic Web to make it where the demons of chaos, the winds of magic, are not able to really sufficiently push south, and the realm of chaos itself is not able to extend south easily. It's held back, which makes it where demons have a much harder time manifesting. So by doing this, it caused the demonic reinforcements that were supposed to show up and support Azavar Kul in the fighting. They couldn't. The demons weren't able to manifest. So the forces of chaos were kneecapped by the Slann sort of getting directly involved, and basically unleashing a bunch of sorcery to be like, like, nope, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to be here. Which really put the demons up shit creek in that whole affair. I mean, obviously there were still demons that managed to manifest, but it was significantly less demons than there would have been, if that makes sense.
Summon them. My king.
Cut down the chariots just a smidge. We can have like a whole bunch of carrion. Yeah, that'll work for the moment. What's my favorite Warhammer book? Depends on what day, depends on the day you ask. Probably my favorite. Probably the Blackhearts, the Blackhearts Omnibus. I deeply enjoy that omnibus because it's kind of like reading a Warhammer Fantasy roleplay campaign made into a novel, and it has a lot of really fun things going on in it, and it's just like really high quality storytelling. There's just lots of really cool shenanigans and other fun stories happening that make the story It's all just, you know, it's compelling and enjoyable and fun. I would heavily recommend it to anybody. It's one of like my top recommends. Actually, when it comes to like books to get into Warhammer Fantasy lore, I think it's like one of the best to start with, in my opinion.
Open the casket of souls. Yes. Summon lords.
But I also really love the Temple of Serpents. The Temple of Serpents, which is book 2 in the Thankful trilogy, is like fucking amazing if you're a Lizardmen fan, because it's one of the only books that does Lizardmen any justice, that has Lizardmen in it. Well, for Warhammer Fantasy, there's actually a decent amount of Age of Sigmar books that actually have really good Seraphon lore, which are what the Lizardmen are called in that setting. And like some of those books, like I love. But when it comes to fantasy, I mean, but I also really like. I don't know. I have a lot. Like, so I would say, like, Gotrek and Felix obviously is amazing. Like Gotrek and Felix Demon Slayer, the third book. The third book is like, it's borderline insane how good that book is. It's kind of the best in the entire series. Not to say that the rest of the series is bad by any means of the imagination. It's just that Gotrek and Felix Demon Slayer is just so good that it boggles the mind. Oh, whoops. I wasn't supposed to build this here. I'm not a smart man. Do I have a favorite Saurus? Yeah, my favorite Saurus is Krokgar. Krokgar is like fucking awesome and incredible. I mean, they're all good for different reasons. Gorok is a lot of fun, and Gorok's really good for exploring kind of the more almost like automaton-like nature of the Lizardmen, because Gorok doesn't really seem to have much in the way of feelings or thought, really, outside of like following direct orders. But he's also just an absolutely obscene badass. I adore him so much. Gorok, the Great White Lizard, is he's just stupidly fun to read about. Because he's almost like the Hulk. Like he's just an obscenely powerful goober who runs around just kicking the crap out of anyone that pisses off the Slann, and it's hard not to fall in love with that, you know?
Advance!
No, I'm gonna save my money so I can get another pyramid. I want all the pyramids. Stop! Oh, okay, he hindered replenishment. I was like, if he wounded another hero, I swear to God. Am I using horse riders that isn't lore accurate? I'm not having any Tomb Kings or Tomb Princes ride horses. There are plenty of cavalry in Nehekhara. Lots of cavalry. It's just royalty cannot ride a horse. I will use the remains. Thank you. Alright, so we can capture Agru Migdal. Which we are going to get to work on quickly. Yeah, you are going to march for Gorgazan.
Consider it enacted. Advance!
Almost have enough money for the next pyramid. Who leveled up? Oh, you know what? Before we do that, let's get smiting. That way, if Scarbrand comes running out of left field, we can mess him up good. Surprised Malagor's still alive. I guess it's just disappointing that there's not any short stories or tidbits on the South Gate. That's not true, actually, Hazar Flappa. If you read the Archaon series, so there's 2 books in the Archaon saga. It's Archaon Everchosen and Archaon Lord of Chaos. If you read those books, Archaon actually goes to the Southern Chaos Waste, and he goes through the Southern Chaos Portal. So you get to see, like, the Southern Chaos Waste. You get to see the, you get to see, all that crazy stuff. Now, granted, how, like, 100% canon all of that is a little debatable. Because some of the stuff that the author kind of comes up with to fill up the Southern Chaos Waste gets a little crazy. But it's a really fun read, and the vast majority of it, I think, is fine. But like, his version of the Archaon story is not great. It's not awful, but it's not great. It definitely has problems. But I do think it's a great read, and it's a lot of fun. Oh, we have iron. And we got a new pyramid.
Submit to your king.
I think we're gonna have you be very... I don't know what I want to do with you. Because I could get Wakaf now, who actually has some pretty cool abilities. Like that Lord trait is just spicy. But we're also getting the 4th dynasty, so I think I'm gonna save up for Lamazash. Because Lamazash is like fucking awesome, because he's just all about Ushabti. So yeah, I guess we'll just keep you, it's fine. Or do I replace him? Chat, do we replace him with Wakaf? Do we get Wakaf so we get like the bonus range and like all these other goodies? Or do we let this generic king stay? Do we let the normie stay, or do we get a spicy, like a big boy? Should be able to do a vote. How do I do a poll on here? I know there's a way. I'm getting hungry. Take me to the control room. I'm still not used to this. Now would be a good time to insert ads. How about you go fuck yourself? Let's see. Because, like, I know there's features, apparently. Like, you can do polls, you can do... What else can you do? Like, I think there's a way to raid. I don't fucking know how any of this works. And YouTube, of course, doesn't explain garbage. Ah, here it is. Start a poll. Should we replace generic Tomb King with Wakaf? Is that how you spell his name? Yes. Yes. No. Hawk, you might be able to, but it's like, it's in a weird... Do you see like I'd have to look at your screen. It's like the way they do it is super dumb. It's not as intuitive as it is on Twitch. All right, I want to go kill Malagor so I can get his trait.
Settra moves. Nehekhara rises from the sands.
All right, chat, the poll is up. You should vote. Please. Because I don't know, I'm bad at making my own decisions. Where is the nearest book to me? Okay, there's one pretty close in Lamia. So I guess we can go for that one pretty soon. But there's also, this one's not actually that far away either. What book is Tarux's death depicted in? The Fall of Altdorf. I don't know if they show it in the Black Library book, The Fall of Altdorf by Chris Raitt, but he either dies in that book or he dies in Glotkin, which is like the big book. The fuck is a Wakaf? Wakaf is like he's the tech tree one. He's the tech tree lord. Alright, looks like it's gonna be a yes, so we'll just get him. Because if we're gonna get Wakaf, then I'm not really gonna worry about what upgrades this guy gets. Because at that point, it's like, just look for that. Because then we get like better Tomb Princes, I guess. Ooh, we got the Potion of Toughness. That's nice. I'm gonna put that on my. Nope, I'm gonna put that on my Tomb Prince. I'm gonna put this on you. Wakafta, whatever. Forever. Which Tomb King was the greatest outside of Settra? He's not technically a Tomb King because he wasn't resurrected, but the greatest Nehekharan king outside of Settra was Alcatazar the Conqueror, who killed Nagash in the end. But Alcatazar is not technically a Tomb King because he did not get put through the he didn't go through like the burial ceremony. So his soul wasn't like well preserved. And he wasn't resurrected because he was still alive when Nagash cast his big ritual. Obviously, since he's the one that kind of caused Nagash's ritual to fail. Ugh, I hate the other Trickster Shard is just not that great. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's just yeah. It's just kind of eh. All right, so we're gonna replace King Yoshers here with a better king. Wakaf of the First Dynasty.
My dynasty reigns supreme. To war for Nehekhara.
Where?
Occupy it in my name.
Where the heck is Scarbrand? I'm getting suspicious at his absence. Oh, we're actually gonna get to do a Hearthstone fight. I do not get to do these super often. Does Hammond only spam interesting / funny super chats and Lorebeards? It appears that way, but he was here earlier. I mean, he sent a super chat earlier. Excuse me. All right, so we're gonna blow up this Hearthstone. This is actually like a really nice artillery position. Too bad I don't have any. Well, I mean, I do have this, but I don't think the range is going to be quite far enough that that would be like the perfect spot for him. It's close, but I think I'll just bring him with. But let's have a more interesting discussion. Chat, how are y'all? How is everyone? There's a decent chunk of y'all here tonight. How's everybody been? How's life treating you? One second. Settra should be there to direct his legions. Yeah, that actually would be quite thematic, but I do want him in the fight, punching people in the face. Doing great. Awesome. Traveling. Very nice. Anywhere interesting? Playing Cathay. Very cool. Did any of y'all see the hilarious post from Crave Assembly about how there were like 2.2 million Karl Franz campaigns in 2023? Which means something like people were starting a new Karl Franz campaign like every 6 seconds. Which is like, which opens so many questions. It's like, oh my god, how many of these people were just like giving up on their campaigns alarmingly fast? Or just like start a campaign, play for a few turns, end their campaign, started their campaign, play for a few turns, and they're like, it's super funny to think about, in my opinion. Okay, before we hop into this battle, real quick, chat. Apparently, I am needed downstairs for just a moment. So, I am going to run downstairs and see what is needed. So enjoy. I don't know if y'all have seen this yet. Enjoy my be right back screen. But give me just a sec. There's something going on. So I'm going to go see what the deal is, and I will be right back. I'll be just a minute. Okay. I am back. I am back. Hello. Okay. I apologize for the brief intermission. Alright, we'll send our chariots around wide on either side. And we're just going to shoot right up the center. Kind of.
As it should. Your king orders done. Great king, bring me the bones.
Silly little spearman, you think you could stop me?
Settra the imperishable. Sotek on me.
Look out. Let's see. Why don't you hold back and defend the archers? I'll move forward and harass them. You fight them. Let's capture that. Into them!
King of Henry. Do as I say.
Ooh, that hurt.
Do as I say.
And chariots are definitely a fair bit chunkier than they used to be. That asshole managed to build this thing right as I was going around. Oh, my carrion are dead.
Prince who promised. Eternally loyal.
Now. Oh, those razor gores are messing me up good. Oh, good. This is down. Forward. The Beastmen are putting up a decent fight. We're almost through.
Undefeatable.
Take this and we can shatter all these damn buildings. Archers, focus Malagor. I'm gonna deal with his wizard friend. Should I buy the old world Bertoni box right out of the gate to show my support, or should I wait until I want any more? I mean, Arthur, that's up to you at the end of the day. I think the old world is personally going to sell just fine. I wouldn't pick up those boxes unless there's something you really, really, really want. Granted, I'm someone that cares a lot more about having like newer minis instead of just older minis. Like, no, I don't want just any mini. I want like really, really nice minis. So because of that, I would just recommend doing what makes you happy. If you think the minis look really, really good and you're like, oh, I would love, you know, to have these in my collection or whatever, then get those. But I wouldn't worry about like, oh, should I pick these up just because I want the old world to do good? No, I don't think that's worth doing. Just buy the books. Like, I would just buy the books. If you want to support it, buy the books, and then I would buy like individual kits that you think look really cool. You know, so if you see like a kit of, if you see like For instance, I'm not going to buy the starting Tomb King box because I don't want all of the old skeleton warriors and skeleton horsemen, skeleton archers, and skeleton chariots. Like, I don't want any of those because they're old and bad looking in my opinion. But I do want the dragon. Like, I do want the Tomb King dragon. So I'm going to wait until they sell that kit as an individual box, and then I'm going to buy that. If you don't mind how the old minis look and you're like, oh man, I'm super excited to play this game, I want to play this game in person, I want to be rolling dice and painting minis, then yeah, get the box. But unless you're really compelled for that reason, I would wait. Oh. Crow Reaver is not as good as I thought it was. I mean, I'll take the +4 leadership, but I thought it was going to be magic related.
Settra does not serve.
Guess not. And you know what? Let's do this and this. Do I think we'll see elves and sea elves in the old world? Yeah, I would say that's a pretty reliable kind of like prediction. Sea elves will, considering that Marienburg is gonna be like its own faction slash sub-faction. There ain't no way they're not gonna have sea elves like as part of the whole Marienburg thing. Like, those two are going to be, you know, bound to one another, in my opinion. So I think you have nothing to worry about on that front. Sea elves are just high elves. For anyone that's like, what the fuck are sea elves? They're literally just high elves that are native to that live in Marienburg. But like, they might have like some slightly different appearance, but they're just gonna be high elf units. they're not gonna be like a new species of elves.
Pardon, sire.
Just to be completely clear. Where did Korn go?
Obey me.
Did he just decide he was done and peace out?
Nehekhara rises from the sands. Mortal fool, I deign to move.
Okay, I'm gonna let him deal with Galbaraz and all this shit. I'm gonna go back south. Because I want... Oh, there he is. I want Settra to go get the Book of Nagash that's down here. Why are they called sea elves? It's very misleading. Because they're part of the... Because they're called sea elves because they live in a port city of Marienburg, which whole thing revolves around the sea. And they are the sea elves of Marienburg. Settra's like, I dare you. I fucking dare you to tell me that it's too hot outside. Let's do that. Alright, so okay, we know that Scarbrand is in this... There he is.
Drag their souls to Syria.
So his blood thing is pretty low.
I'm awake. Attend your king, slaves.
We want to lure him to us.
Do not seek the commands.
but in a wise way.
Make way. Onward, soldiers.
Oh, he just summoned a fight on himself, didn't he? And to be fair, the elves of Marienburg, to my understanding, they do not call themselves the Sea Elves. That is something humans have started to do. That's very much a humans decided to give them a cutesy nickname because humans are just morons like that. Where's this book? There it is. Okay. Settra! Get the book!
Tomb King of Nehekhara. I only obey court. A bold strategy.
So if he attacks me, I don't really get any cool. The only cool ability I get is Sand Veil. It's probably better to attack him.
Submit to your king.
Because I know if he attacks me, he's gonna get some bonuses. I'm a little worried though. Like,
Scarbrand only.
maybe we should fall back to. Let's fall back to Stormhenge
Submit to your
and let him come to us here. Also summon the Sandstorm. let's stack the odds as heavily in our favor as we possibly can.
my soul. Yeah, they will fear us.
Nice. Inveterate Brawler. I don't like that because that's not like unique flavor text. I really prefer when there's like unique flavor text for each faction. It's like, come on, where's the fun? You know what, let's do a soft actually, because we need to get rid of this Coronate Corruption. That's a little... It's a little much. You deny us Settra versus Scarbrand? We already killed Scarbrand earlier. Settra defeated him earlier, and barely, I might add. Settra barely defeated him earlier. Thank you for Forsaken. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Sotek, Lich Priest buried, Lich Priest ignored. I'll take ignored.
We are their nightmares.
All right, he's in raid stance, so now would be the perfect time to attack him because he's going to be winded. Right? Isn't that the way that works? Can I get you like a fancy weapon to fight him with? Double Crescent of Neru. Magic attacks could be really good. Arcane item. Scroll of Shielding. I mean, Scroll of Shielding's actually not horrible. Yeah, give me that actually. A temporary 20% ward save? Yeah. Alright.
I deem it. Search, attend.
I'm scared. John, I'm scared. Dwarf question. The dwarves knew about what caused the times of woe. Would they put a grudge on Lord Quex or the Skaven? Probably. It would depend on to what level they knew about it. Like, if you just, like, if you went, like, God mode and you went into the Warhammer world and, like, zapped all the knowledge of what happened into the dwarves' minds so that they understood, like, every nuance of what happened, they would put the blame on the Skaven because they would understand that Lord Quex's spell was perfect, and in its perfection, it should not have caused the earthquakes that ended up destroying the Dwarven realms. And it also stopped a Skaven Doomsday engine that would have probably done way more damage to the Dwarven realms than the earthquakes did. However, if it was more of a situation where they became kind of aware of what happened, then probably in true dwarfish fashion, they would probably just look at it in a sense of like, oh, well, magic is evil, and clearly, you know, everyone is at fault here, so we're gonna hold everyone equally accountable, and try to, you know, kill everyone at some point. Because that, you know, that tends to be more the dwarf MO. That's their kind of preferred strategy, so to speak. Alright, we're gonna harass the shit out of these horn dogs. Oh no. God, I feel like he has that ability permanently up. Slow him down!
For Nehekhara!
Keep firing, keep firing! He's halfway dead.
Perish! Perish! Behold your death! Mortuary cult! Kill them!
Ah, shit. Alright, Scarbrand is dealt with, I think. Good. All right, now we're gonna start picking off demons. Drop. Oh, I just realized that was an absolutely useless spell. And those are all, like, exalted bloodletters, too. Ugh.
Power of the gods! My will be done!
Make yourselves useful! Start running down fleeing units, please. Escort them the fuck out of here. Oh, shoot. Yeah, the Fletchhound's gotta go, guys.
Asaf's magic!
Reform the line!
Lich beast! Nehekhara north!
Focus the demons! Okay. I was getting a little worried about those beefed up ones over there, but luckily that which binds them to this world is lost its hold. So that's good. Oh, goodness gracious. Victory! When do I think CA will open the rest of the map under Cathay? Oh, do you mean the jungles of Koresh? They're not going to open Koresh until the Naga are added. So when the Naga of Koresh get a race pack that adds them to the game, that would be when you would see, you know, that area open. Because that's what that area is. Well done, Wakop. Well done. Hell of a victory there, my king. Let's see. He's really good at range. So we're going to do Arrows of Asaf. Let's get Inscription of Repair. Let's get Better Replenishment. And let's run down Darius. Get your ass off that horse. That is heretical. Do I think the Naga being added is guaranteed? I do. I do. I think when people hear me say that, they go, oh my lord, this dude's lost his fucking mind and is like so coked up on hopium he doesn't even realize it anymore. And that could very well be true. But I do genuinely believe that we will get... I do very much genuinely believe that we will get the Naga of Koresh and the Kingdoms of End, at least. I think there's a chance we'll get more than that in the long run, but for now, I do believe we're going to get both of those two things. And if that makes me a batshit crazy hopium hopped up loser, that's okay. What are my thoughts on the 40K series coming to Amazon? I'm excited. I'm excited for it. I'm very, very curious what stories they're going to tell. I'm very curious how the general public is going to react to 40K. Because it's going to be a very interesting experiment, I think. Because 40K is kind of one of those things that if you squint at it from a distance, it's like, wow, look how like super cool and epic all this stuff is, and like these like cool badass stories they're telling and yada yada yada. But like the closer you get to it and the more you realize what you're actually looking at, it becomes like more and more and more apparent that like, oh wow, this universe is like really fucked. Like this is really well, it depends, you know, as well. Like I'm how do I say this? I'm curious if Games Workshop in their relationship with Amazon is going to want to change 40K to be more palatable, or if they're going to be more focused on trying to make it more of the experience that people, more of an experience that's true to the older writings. You know, it's kind of the idea of, for those that are like really familiar with the Black Library versions of 40K, like, are they gonna do like the original version of 40K where it's like super dark and fucked, and like the whole point is that there's no hope in the grand scheme of things, and that it's a grim dark universe, and in the ultimate scheme of the setting, like humanity is gonna die? Or are they gonna do more of, are they gonna lean more into bolter porn, right? Where it's just gonna be like, look how crazy epic this is, and look how awesome this is, and look how big explosions and crazy stuff, and we're not really gonna worry about the grimdark. Instead, we're gonna lean into like, oh, look at this heroic story, or look at this epic story, and we're gonna lean away from the grimdark.
Misguided.
It's gonna be very, very interesting to me to see. Oh, right. Nicolander, yes. This is the absolute horseshit character. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Chameleon Skinks and Way Watchers should never be in the same army. It's absolute nightmare fuel of a build. Like, it's gonna be interesting to see. Like, I'm kind of like, granted, it's worth saying I'm not a huge 40K fan. I'm kind of like, whatever, towards 40K. So understand that before I say what I'm about to say, because I don't really care as much for the purism of the universe. In fact, I would say I don't care at all. As I do about seeing where the universe could go, and like doing much more interesting explorations of like I'm one of the people that I think it just doesn't make any sense at all, like, that there's not female space marines. It's a genuine head scratcher for me. And it's one of those things where I wonder if Games Workshop is going to maintain that in the long run as 40K goes more mainstream. Because if it's going to go mainstream, like, really and truly, this is going to be the moment it's going to do that. But having the poster child faction be a monogendered faction, I am curious if they're going to maintain their stance on that, because I don't think that's going to be easy to do. And frankly, I don't even think they should do it. But I am very curious to see how it's all going to go down. Because there's definitely a lot of very strong feelings about it. Like, I mean, it's not hard to go on Twitter or Facebook and find like weird little 40k communities that are like, the tourists are gonna ruin 40k. They're gonna make it all horrible and bad, and they're gonna completely change it, even though like their version of 40k isn't like really what anybody's written about. But them notwithstanding, because they don't really matter. It's gonna be. I'm excited to see where it's gonna go. I'm hoping the stories are gonna be really cool and they're gonna have a lot of fun with it. I hope it is a fun to watch series and doesn't end up being like a Rings of Power or a whatever the fuck that other show was called that's based on like a really famous fantasy property. I don't remember what it's called. But there's another one that's like in a similar thing. The Witcher, yeah, like The Witcher, and what's the other one that's like it's based on a fantasy book series, but like it was pretty well. It was like even people that weren't super hardcore fans were kind of like, oh, this is not great. Not Game of Thrones. No. The other. No. The Wheel of Time. There it is. Thank you. Yes, The Wheel of Time is the correct answer. That was the one I was thinking of. Thank you very much. Alright, my Tomb Guard should be able to win a lot of these fights. We kind of need to, like, isolate and wipe out a lot of these little side groups. If we can get our archers on all of the enemy archers, we should be able to kind of pop them. Okay, Settra's, like, fighting 1,000 things at once over here, but it's fine. He's fucking Settra! All my chariots are gonna die. But that's okay. Alright, you lot head this way. You melee that. You melee that. Actually, I lied. You chase them off. Weight Watchers hurt! Alright, Settra's just like single-handedly dueling all that shit by himself and just winning. Because he's fucking Settra. I should be a writer for a Warhammer Fantasy TV show? No, I shouldn't. I have zero experience whatsoever in writing for television, which is a very, very, very different skill set than writing. And I don't even think I'm a good writer, to be honest.
Incantation of power!
I do want to write more. That is very high on my to-do list. But, you know.
Doom Prince! Power of the gods!
You know, I would much rather be like a consultant. A consultant would be nice. You know, someone that like checks over their work and makes sure they like they're like quoting like the right they're using the right stories and like they're getting the right characters in the right places, and they're like, hey, we want to do this thing, and it's like, okay, well, you got to make sure you do like XYZ. Like that would be the thing I would want to do. I wouldn't want to be like the direct writer because that sounds like hell.
Lich Beast!
These Temple Guard are just like so tanky. Alright, we need to pull Settra back. Okay, I think we've wiped out all the archers. So that's nice. Now we just need to finish off all of the, like, Temple Garden shit. I lied. Shoot here. Alright, I gave you... Well, you finish that off. You get your ass over here because I need magic. I'm running out of errors! Oh, shit. You go that way. Cycle charge the Settra, please. He's on foot. No, 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 Chameleon Skinks, no thank you. These tree men are so tanky. I can die. Okay. I'm gonna wail on this nerd now.
Boom, Prince. I obey. Settra the imperishable.
Can you die, please? Good fucking grief. Ugh. You dead yet? No. Hold. Charge. Now he's dead. Fucking finally.
Break them.
I'm just gonna cast spells to the end to maximize heals. Okay. Well, that was painful. But we got a book. Undead have nightmares about Temple Guard. It's true. What am I most excited for when it comes to what we could get in Warhammer 3? New races. I mean, that's the most exciting thing for me. Like, if we could get the Naga or Araby or the Kingdoms of End or Talea, Estalia, any of those would be, or Nippon, like any of those would be beyond the craziest, you know, ideas of the concept of exciting. You know, that would be exciting on a completely different level of existence. Because that would expand the universe just so much. Which to me is like the most important thing. Is like the more we can expand the universe and add to it, the better. Because, you know, it should be the entire world, not just little bits and pieces of it. In this humble man's nerd's opinion, at least. Whew, that was painful. All right, back to Kimry. Are there any dwarfs in the desert? No, not really.
Open the casket of souls.
You know, dwarfs much prefer, like, mountains, places they can dig, and really set themselves up well, which, you know, as you're probably aware, deserts are not the best for that, generally speaking. Settra needs like 2 halberds and 1 sword. We get 2 sword. It definitely needs at least 2 halberd, maybe 3. That'll do for now. Okay. Okay, I've got quite a bit of money. Are there... Oh, I could buy the Pyramid of Kasabar. That'd be nice. I can also get that one here. Our income per turn is actually looking pretty good. Is Araby already dead at the time of the 3 Emperors for the old world? No. No, Araby is fine. Araby's actually, by the time of the old world, Araby's actually had a good handful of centuries to recover from the Crusades. So no, Araby would be relatively fine. Like, it's definitely not Araby at its heyday. You know, it's not Araby at its like full strength. King Katep. But it's not like crippled Araby, so to speak. If that makes sense. Heminius. Do I still think Thankful will be a playable legendary? Yes. I feel 100% undeniably confident that like beyond the realms of confident that Thankful will absolutely, fully, completely, utterly, beyond your wildest fears be a legendary lord. Not even a question in my mind. Not even a question. We'll start there.
Greatness comes. King of Tombs.
What clan would he be in then? That's a good question. I mean, honestly, they'll probably just pull a clan out of a hat because he's part of the Grey Seer clan, right? Which is like, whoop-de-doo. If they want to tie him back to the Council of 13 and they want to give him a clan that like exists within the lore that has some connections with the Grey Seers, they could go with Clan Scrutin, which Clan Scrutin was the clan that Seer Lord Critalisk kind of co-opted and took over. Which Critalisk is the head of the he is the most powerful member of the Council of 13, and he's also the head of the Grey Seer clan. So he's like the big bad Grey Seer that sits on the Council of 13.
The greatest artist.
So having his clan kind of show up and get co-opted by, or taken over by Thanquol, because maybe the Seer Lord tells Thanquol to go do something, would be, you know, fairly appropriate. But you could literally put anybody with Thanquol, because I mean, it's Thanquol. He can be with whoever the fuck he wants. He doesn't tend to be bound to just one particular clan. Thanquol goes wherever he wants, and he inevitably causes things to explode and catch on fire on a regular basis. Because he's fucking Thanquol. Are there any named Araby characters, or at least any mentions of Arabians in the Tomb King, since I would assume they were necromancers? Araby and Nehekhara are two very distinct, different cultures. They existed at the same time. Like the land of Araby, the people of Araby have been around as long as the people of Nehekhara, though they were very different back then. They weren't like unified as the nation of Araby, which, to be frank, even nowadays, saying the nation of Araby is actually kind of a, it's not technically correct, because it doesn't really work that way for them. Like, they don't see themselves that way. But as far as what oh, nice. We can awake Usirian's Legion. Oh, I could also get the Storm Riders, too. I just don't have enough money. Okay, well. Let's wake up Usirian's boys. And I'll save the rest for now.
Settra rules.
That would be 5 and 4. I want 4 and... No. That would be 4 and 4. Okay, cool.
Yes, grovel and beg.
Hey, that means you get a halberd unit. And here, I'll also let you have the Underworld Legion. You can have the Scorpion Legion for the moment. Have some Tomb Guard. Let's get you some Carrion. And we'll come back. That's not a big deal if we lose that.
I am my father's son. War for Nehekhara.
Are there black civilizations in Warhammer Fantasy? Yes. They are very, 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 very poorly explored. But they do exist. If you actually go look at theoldworld.com, and you go and you take the map all the way down to the southern border of the Southlands, there are mentions of some new tribes, like human tribes. So it could be that those are kind of the first, maybe kind of the first exploration of that. But that being said, it is 100% confirmed that there are black people in the Warhammer Fantasy universe, and that many of them originate from the Southlands. It's just that the amount of lore we have on the Southlands is pitiful, and horribly explored. There's just nothing that has really been written. That being said, it's kind of one of those things where I want them to do it. I want them to explore it and to find fun stories to tell and explore the kind of cultures that could live down there. But I really, really, really fucking hope that they hire people like who actually know the mythologies of the cultures that would inspire, like African cultures, that understand like African mythology and African storytelling and like the kinds of like creatures and myths and legends that would be good for being adapted into Warhammer, and don't just try to wing it. Because if they try to wing it, it's gonna be bad. My Luther Harkin campaign is falling to pieces. Albrecht, Skrulk, and Ricard are attacking you at the same time. That sounds not great. Are Chaos Dwarves dark-skinned? Not generally, no. If anything, they tend to be more on the paler side, because they don't see much in the way of sunlight, like, ever. Oh, look at that. The humans are coming out to help me with the Beastmen. How quaint. I'm gonna fight this myself, because I'm gonna see if I can get all the human garrison killed fighting the Beastmen, because then I can take advantage of it. Are there any undead Arabians in the Tomb King armies currently? No. No. All of the Tomb Kings are Nehekharan. So, kind of a classic mistake that a lot of people have with the Tomb Kings is they think the Tomb Kings have necromancers, which is not. It is Lich Priests perform necromancy, but not the kind of necromancy that the necromancers of the vampire counts do. The Tomb Kings do not know how to create, like, new undead. Like, if you fight against the Tomb Kings and a bunch of your soldiers die fighting the Tomb Kings, they're not gonna do anything with those bodies. Like, best case scenario as far as like the Tomb Kings using those is they're gonna do something like maybe punish people by trapping their souls inside a casket of souls. But like they can't raise you up into a zombie or a skeleton. They're not able to do that at all, because they don't know necromancy like that. What they know how to do is how to manipulate the souls of Nehekharans who go into the realm of souls, which is very specifically the afterlife of Nehekhara and the Nehekharans themselves. So there are no undead Arabians. Why are there so many of them? Because you're talking about a civilization that stretched from the middle, like the lower middle of the Southlands, all the way up to the modern day Old World, to like the Black Mountains, and then some, like even beyond that, and was one of the most dominant empires on that side of the planet for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. And every single person that has ever died Every single one of them. Every single servant, every single soldier, every single king and prince and queen and priest, and all of them have come back to life. You're not just talking about everyone that died in Nehekhara at the moment of Nehekhara's death. You're talking about everyone who ever died in Nehekhara. So like, it's not like if you went to modern day Greece, or like, think about Rome, right? If you took Rome when Rome fell, and you're like, all right, if I have every single person in Rome when Rome fell, that's my army. The Tomb Kings go, nah, fam, that's not my army. My army is everyone who ever lived in Rome. Everyone. Like, it is a horrifically huge army. Like, a lot. That's why there's the whole note when Nagash did his great ritual. The first thing Nagash did as like his master plan to take over the world was just that. He resurrected all of the dead in Nehekhara all at once. And that was his army. And he was going to use that army to basically take over the world. And if Alcatazar had not struck him down at that moment, he would have succeeded. Because that's how big that fucking army was. I mean, you're talking about billions.
Next in line. Settra the Imperishable. Behold your death. Ashraf's magic.
Does that mean Nehekhara and undead have consciousness? Yes, they absolutely do. Uh-huh. Yep, that's a huge aspect of Nehekhara and undead. That being said, the whole key to it is that Nehekhara and undead, the amount of sentience they have depends entirely on how well preserved they were in death. So like your average skeleton warrior grunt doesn't really have much in the way of a consciousness. Like it is a reanimated skeleton that completely functions by itself. Like there's no necromancer puppeting it. It completely operates on its own by itself, no problem. But it really only remembers how to perform the duties that it had in life. So it kind of remembers how to fight. It kind of remembers how to follow orders. It remembers how to march in formation. It remembers things that are the most relevant to the role it performs now. Whereas Tomb Kings are completely sentient, like 100% undeniably sentient. Most Tomb Guard are sentient, or sapient, whatever you want to put it. Like they're fully aware, they have all their memories, they still have emotions. So the better preserved you were, the more of you that kind of survives that process. Dorothy's Manservant, Nagash versus Thankful DLC, fight for the 100th Legendary Lord spot, the most played Lord wins. Give Thankful the Daniel mechanic for Bone Ripper. Oh, to like make your own Bone Ripper? That would be really funny, actually. I don't know enough about Nagash to give an idea for him. Well, Nagash would be, you would hope the big focus with him would be like, oh, you can customize your own faction, and pull from all the different undead groups. All right, and I'm your neighbor. Thank you so much for the super chat. Settra does not serve. Also would love a shout out. It's fine if not, I'm too tipsy listening to lore videos. Well, I'm your neighbor. I appreciate very, very much the super chat. I am thankful for the support, and I would be happy to give you a shout out. That's no problem. I hope you're having a fantastic evening. And man, speaking of lore videos, I have some stuff coming out for y'all that I really hope you're going to enjoy. Especially those of you, especially if any of you are like really goofy nerds that are like that, not in a serious, well, maybe I guess in a serious way, but like if you kind of casually, or seriously, I suppose, enjoy astrology in our universe, I have a video coming out, hopefully very, very quickly in the new year. That's going to be talking all about how astrology works in the Warhammer world. And it's also going to come with a calendar that, like, will allow you to transpose your birthday into the Warhammer astrology system so you can figure out what your star sign is and all that shit. Which hopefully will be, I don't know, fun. Like, there's a lot of cool lore that's going to come with it, but it should also be kind of like a fun, stupid little, you know, whatever thing. But in any event, I actually got to bounce. It is now almost 1 a.m. and I would actually like to get some food because I'm really hungry. So, and I don't want to be up until like 5 a.m. So I think we're going to go ahead and call it here for today. Though I plan on playing a lot of this campaign in the coming days. So fret not. This is like not even the last stream of the year because we're going to stream tomorrow. Is there lore beards this week? No. There's no lore beards until Andy is no longer sick. Andy unfortunately has COVID and he's really ill. So we're gonna, you know, give him all the time that he needs to get back to tip-top shape, especially because, you know, lore beards is a lot of talking, which, you know, not easy to do when you have a COVID, which, you know, makes that not fun. Rate somebody? I don't know how. I don't understand how it works on YouTube. And plus, I don't think I even know anybody that's streaming this late. Because Turin's not online. So that's about it. The only people I know that stream on YouTube are like Turin and Chapter Master Valrak. And that's just it. I mean, if y'all want to like go watch on Twitch and be like, hey, Loremaster Sotek said to come watch you. I don't know, go watch like Ecto. Ecto's fun, and she's streaming. She's streaming the Vampire Masquerades, but that's over on Twitch, which I know a lot of you are probably like, ew, gross, Twitch. Anyway, okay, so I'm gonna bounce for now. Thank you all again so much for hanging out with me. I'm gonna really try my fucking hardest in 2024 to stream on a very, very, very regular basis. Try not to have it where it's like weeks between streams. So thank you all again for being here. I hope you have a wonderful evening. I don't know, whatever the fuck else I'm going to say. Bye. I'm out of here. Okay, whatever. Bye.